forces of darkness. Rid me forever of this enemy who stands between me and my destiny. I plead. I implore! demons of darkness. Rid me forever of this enemy who stands between me and my destiny. I plead. I implore. Of darkness. Rid me forever of this enemy who stands between me and my destiny. I plead. I implore. beings of darkness. Rid me forever of this enemy who stands between me and my destiny. I plead. I implore.
Hello everybody, welcome to 20 Sides to Every Story, the show where we see if my computer is going to be able to handle all of the nonsense we have going on as we are playing a session here today, which is going to be the final session of our Temple of Elemental Evil campaign. We started this, I believe it was early May of 2021 when Goodman Games gave us the honor, I guess, of being among the first to be able to play the original Adventures Reincarnated version of Temple of Elemental Evil here using 5th edition. And it's been a blast. It's been quite the ride, and it's all brought us to this moment here where we're going to end things in Zuggtmoy's prison and have a huge battle that is going to bring in many of our player characters. We got 15 or so that had shown interest in being a part of tonight's or this morning's game. So, welcome to the channel. If this is your first time watching, or first time watching this on YouTube, thanks for stopping by. What you should know about us: 20 Sides to Every Story. We're a gaming community. We stream many of our games here on Twitch, upload them later to YouTube. And this game right here is something that we call, I think something special about our channel is we call this the community campaign. This is our game where we invite the folks that enjoy the content we produce, come and play a game with us, and be a part of like this kind of collective thing where you're going to be able to kind of meet some of the other people that make up 20 Sides and have adventures with them and just have a good time. So try to keep this to being very very much just kind of like your beer and pretzels game a little bit with a little bit of story thrown in maybe. But if you're ever interested in being a part of, just because today is the finale of this segment of our story doesn't mean there won't be more, and we definitely have more in store in July, so this is a good time for you to get involved with us. Join our Discord if you want to learn more and stay updated with what we've all got going on. And when we have sign-ups for these games, they generally will put them in our Discord server there. And you can also support our Patreon if you really enjoy what we do. This is kind of your way of supporting, I would say specifically the community campaign. One of the big perks of supporting the Patreon is getting priority sign up for the games, but that's really not a barrier. Anybody, regardless of support, can come and join one of our games here. So put those things in the chat there. Yeah, so just for the audience's sake, because it's a little bit different here. Like I said, I've got 15 or so player characters that are hanging out with me in Discord right now. We've got a stage channel set up. It would be madness, I think, to have 15 people in a group call with all the chatter. So we're doing it this way to try to manage that. We'll see how the game goes here today. I don't know. I've never attempted this before. I'm not sure if anyone else has ever attempted something like this before. But hopefully it's just some crazy fun, and appreciate you being patient with me as I try to navigate this as a sort of an experiment. But we wanted to make sure that everybody got a chance to take part in the campaign finale. So with that, let me just pull up some notes here, just to give a little bit of a recap of how did we get here and what's been happening. So, but before I do that, I better remember to update the player reroll thing here, because that'll give anxiety to everybody that just redeemed something. All right, so yeah, they're starting. There's a bunch of like EXP store redemptions that happened. So throughout the game here, I'm sure players, you'll let me know accurate accounting of things that are happening, because I'm looking at a lot of things. So I'm gonna get distracted here, and you're gonna have to keep me honest here. So anyway, where we begin, a little recap of the entire campaign up until this point. Over 50 years ago, the demigod Ayaz invited Zuggtmoy, Demon Queen of Decay, to the material plane, and together the two of them plotted to spread her corruption through the hearts of weak-willed worshippers of elemental power. She gradually began to accumulate power by infecting the minds of charismatic leaders of elemental cults, take the helm, and through them recruited an army that intended to sweep through the kingdoms of Orth and divide the spoils of war with her host. But her power grew too powerful. She became too much of a force for the kingdoms of men and dwarves and gnomes to ignore, and so they quickly formed an alliance called the Righteous Host. And in the fields of Emerald Meadows, a decisive battle pushed back against the inevitability of Zuggtmoy's domination. She was defeated, and she was sealed within her temple, left to tend to her gardens and her rot and to be forgotten. But she only needed the element of time before the seals of the temple were eventually broken by those who would dare return to the Temple of Elemental Evil. New worshippers came to the temple and broke the seals, keeping Zuggtmoy imprisoned. These unruly new cultists were driven by fanaticism and unchained from her control. A situation further complicated by an effort of one of Ayaz's champions, the half-drow Lareth the Beautiful, who went to claim the temple for Ayaz himself. It would seem that now the demigod is now content to work independently from his former ally, so long as her power was sealed within the temple, to empower it to be a source of power for his warlocks on the field of battle against Furiondi. The taint of evil even enticed the Scarlet Brotherhood to impersonate cultists in order to steal away elemental weapons to coerce and threaten nations to their own political aims. But fortunately, there were those brave few drawn to Hamlet that came to the temple to answer this growing horde of wickedness. The cults defeated, Ayaz drawn into an otherworldly conflict with none other than St. Cuthbert himself, and the Scarlet Brotherhood was denied their prize. And so here we are at the last piece of an epic puzzle to find a permanent solution to Zuggtmoy's existence on the material plane. Our player characters, by directive of St. Cuthbert himself, before he took his mortal enemy Ayaz to the upper planes to engage in combat. Our heroes have spent some time now scouring elemental nodes attuned to the temple, for the power gems needed to assemble and complete Zuggtmoy's prized artifact, the Golden Skull. The golden skull is an item of great power in her hands, but also serves to bind her essence to the material plane. Its assembly in destruction is paramount for returning her back to the abyss. The adventuring party divided into 4. And these 4 groups have now accomplished their goal of obtaining the power gems. However, when the group exploring the water node grabbed hold of their power gem, Zuggtmoy was able to use her lingering connection with the golden skull and the teleportation conduit that many of the groups experienced when they found their gemstones and were scrambled around, teleported to different areas. She used her connection to bring Humboldt, Galileo, Donovan, and Teasley all into the prison with her. And they all begin this conflict standing within a chamber containing elemental symbols on the floor, teleportation glyphs that seem to connect this chamber with the nodes. But while they may feel alone in this moment of dread, elsewhere, the alarm and urgency of delivering the power gems to the group has been raised. Some of the groups have met a deranged individual, a wanderer of the nodes named Sargon. Himself seemingly a worshipper of some deranged, evil, other power that seems to have a unholy jealousy of Zuggtmoy, has been gathering the others to push back against the Demon Queen. And in this moment where we start, the other groups, the other individuals from the adventuring party that are not currently in the prison are all attempting to get in themselves with their power gems. But something is pushing them back. Zuggtmoy has some semblance of control over the teleportation circles and is willfully trying to keep out those things that she doesn't want to let in. But throughout the session here, there will be moments where some may slip in. So, before I pull some of the members from the water cult onto the stage here with me, I just want to explain, both for the players that are sitting in the stage channel and the audience, what's going to happen. So there are a number of triggers for when new party members will be entered into the encounter. At the start, at the top of each round, after the first round, there will be a wheel roll. And I'm going to show you that real quick. Maybe. Got another scene set up here, so but you don't see my my video window isn't there. That's okay. There we go. Doing it live. So this is the wheel. No, and it's not showing the names. Let's just see. One second. I just have to pull up the right one. There we go. Now you can see that there's all the player characters that indicated that they are down to enter and play here today are listed on the wheel. There's a couple of bad things on there, as well as there's 2 NPCs that could enter. Sargon, who is the kind of the deranged fellow I just mentioned, and we also might see Ashram, who is the brother of Kelno from the Air Cult, is also on there. So those are 2 NPCs that may join as well. So at the top of each round, we'll have a spin of the wheel, and there's another trigger that I think I won't mention what it is, and then the third trigger is from the chat, the EXP store. So those are the ways that can happen. All right. Just trying to review chat, make sure I didn't miss anything, but I think I'm good. All right. So let me pull onto the stage here some of the water node folks. So I'm pulling Cliff and Chris. Or no, sorry. There we go. So I'm bringing the three of you on here just to kind of read through the situation, and then we'll have you roll initiative. But so I believe it was Teasley. Am I correct that Teasley was the one that grabbed the gem?
Yes, Teasley
Correct.
has the gem.
Okay. So you're shortly before, seconds before you entered into this scenario, you were in that cavern in the water node. You had just come off of kind of concocting a plan to deal with the dragon turtles and remove that obstacle from collecting your power gem. You had grabbed a few items of interest in that cavern before Teasley ran up to grab the gemstone. And as that happened, you were warped into this huge echoing hall. The ceiling overhead is some 60 feet tall. It's constructed entirely of polished black stone, which is reflecting off of this momentary light that is pulsing from not just the teleportation glyph where you currently stand, but 3 others in the room. And you're taking notice that these symbols are those of the elemental cults that you have dealt with previously, set into the chamber floor. Beneath your feet is a great 10-foot square of translucent stone, blue at the edges and shading to a deep green at its center, bordered by a strip of pale green. The aura of it sort of reminds you of kind of looking into a sea, and it has sort of a flowing pattern to it as it reflects out, kind of irradiating the floor, the walls near you, and your own person in this blue-green light. You also see a triangle of dull, grayish stone outlined with some kind of a metal, throbbing radiance of sort of a deep amber that provides a dim light that washes over the room. You also see a triangle of you also see a translucent crystal ringed by a silvery band, rising clouds of pale light that spread and disappear. And finally, a diamond shape with 4 points radiating from its sides. The whole is fashioned of translucent stone, mottled red and amber, outlined in red gold. It sends up sudden tongues of brightness, planes of pale, fiery light that vanish as quickly as they appear. And from the light of these 4 symbols, it all seems to collect and mix in the hallway straight ahead, where a ghastly purple haze fills the span of stone that you notice seems to be caked with some kind of clinging plant life from floor to ceiling. There you see shelf fungi and hanging tendrils from puffball mushrooms overhead that blanket everything in the hall in a very bizarre decor. There's sort of a sickly sweet aroma that seems to waft down the hallway, giving you a momentary flutter in the pits of your stomach. It's intoxicating and dizzying. And through this miasma, rising from it, its blossoming bright colors and motes of fungal spores in the air, you see the outline of a lithe figure that gestures towards you with an elongated finger, signaling to 2 armored figures near her feet to march forward. Both clutch at longswords in hands, and you can see that the metal that they wear seems to be just like lichen clings to it. Bizarre mushroom growths are sort of rising up to kind of grip at the helmets up on their heads. They begin to move down the corridor in unison. And here, you can roll initiative.
And Alex, as we do, the chat has betrayed us. You have one DM reroll.
Oh, one reroll. Okay, great.
My chat.
How could they do this?
Yeah, right.
This Dane's ghost haunting us even.
I have to be very certain to track rounds and stuff, because I'm sure there is going to be lots of things that'll start happening here. Alright, so it looks...
The game is paused. I don't see my initiative roll.
Oh, okay. I'll unpause it there. So I'm willing to keep this unpaused through the entirety here, as long as people, even people not currently on the initiative don't mess with it too much. So I'll keep it there. Oh, we are still on the spin wheel screen. Yep, sorry about that. Alright, so we got our initiative rolled. And it's time to hit begin combat. Galileo, you are up first.
Okay, Galileo is momentarily confused by the new surroundings, but he sees the individuals soldiers marching down the hallway toward us, and he realizes he's going to have to try to put a stop to him. I'm doing my my starry form archer bonus action. Now, can I use that right away, or is that pretty much?
Yeah, it's currently your turn, so.
Okay, so I will fire that then.
Alright, so as your body lights up into the bright light of those dazzling stars, you let out that attack. Go ahead and make a roll.
Yeah, I thought I did that.
Is it not working?
I don't know. It doesn't seem to be working because I press on it. It says usability. I press that, and I don't see anything showing up.
Do you? I don't know exactly why it's not working. Can you just roll? Like, do you have physical dice you can roll, or use D&D Beyond? Like, I'm not too. I don't need to see it in the roller.
Okay, that's a 17, and then I believe I have a, what do I have, a plus 2 to that.
All right, and what are you attacking?
One of the soldiers marching down the hall there toward us.
Okay. I just want to confirm, what is the range on that? 60 feet.
60 feet, yeah.
I believe they are further than that from you.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they're like 90 feet. So you'd have to move. You could hit them, but you'd have to move.
How about I just fire the normal short bow at him?
Okay. Yeah, it would be the same roll, right? Like the 17 plus whatever.
Yeah.
So
I can roll again if
or
you
can
want
roll.
to do it.
I'm willing to take the first roll, because the first roll would hit.
Okay. And the damage on that would be 5.
All right, 5 points of damage. And it is not magical. Is that correct?
Not the normal short bow, no.
Okay. So your arrow goes sailing across the distance and strikes at that metal figure. Doesn't seem to do, because it's not magical, it just kind of clips at some of the fungus and growth that clings to its form. All right. And that would be all for Galileo.
Yes.
Teasley is up next. Ed wasn't able to be with us, so I'm sort of DMPCing this character for now. Teasley has the elemental gemstone still in hand, and is sort of a mix of bewilderment, excitement, and fear across his face as he sees the demon lord there at the end of the hall. And I'm gonna see what Teasley has left here. I think Teasley is going to run out of eye shot here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And just sort of try to keep out of sight, still holding the gemstone, and kind of maybe looking at the group, kind of holding it aloft, like, oh, we've only got one of these. What about the other three? Or the other three. And so we'll just have him do a stealth check over here for now. It is then these metal constructs begin to march down the hall here. This one moves over here, and then it looks like its eyes are fixated on you, Humboldt. And it becomes Humboldt's turn.
So Humboldt kind of appeared shaking hands with a suit of plate armor that then sort of falls over. And he's like, eh. And he reaches over and he grabs the helm from the plate armor. He puts a little sack in it. Donovan's just tossed him a vial, and he kind of pours holy water over the little sack he's got in the helmet, so it kind of soaks in there. And then he kind of like, Teasley. And he throws the helm towards him as he walks up towards this helmed harbor. Stick in hand, and he's going to try and whomp on a helmed horror as he starts to rage. Teasley should now have the ball, golden skull, and gem.
Okay.
If you could put that together, I'm gonna hit this thing, and then rage, and we'll try do this thing. Hit the button. Hit the not reckless yet. I don't know how hard these things hit, but raging attack, normal. I would like to spend one of our many rerolls.
Sounds good.
20.
A 20 will hit.
I will do this damage plus this damage. I will do 19 points of damage. And then I will attack him again. I will use another of our many rerolls. They don't
Alright.
buy us more if we don't use them. A 19?
19 will hit.
And then I will do...
Yeah, neither of these guys has a shield. They just have the sword, so...
I will do 13 points of damage. All of this was magical. And that is action, bonus action, and movement. And I will actually shift... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can get to there. I will stand on that side of him. Donovan, if you can plug up the hallway thing, good luck.
All right, Donovan, it is now your turn.
Okay. To here. To get an attack. First thing I will do is attempt to knock it prone.
All right.
So that is athletics check. Character sheet is not popping up here.
If it's
There
easier
it
for
is.
you, you can always use just physical dice too. It doesn't matter to me.
It just was lagging.
Yeah, we got a lot of players here in the Foundry, so okay. He got a 22. Would you want to re-roll?
I don't think so yet.
Okay.
I'll just do 2 attacks with my longsword.
$21 will hit.
Second attack.
$20 hits. All right, and as you go forward, slashing at this thing, you can see the blade of your sword is cutting right through some of that fungal growth and actually like rending the metal underneath.
Nice.
And next up is the other helmed horror, which is going to make its way down here 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. And it will get to the other side of Humboldt.
Humboldt will take a crack at it. Reaction, polearm master, smack.
Nice.
He'll hit.
It will take 8 points of magical damage.
All right. All right, next up is Zuggtmoy's turn. She holds her elongated finger out, and a little pinprick of energy kind of sits right on this kind of gnarly fingernail of hers and starts to kind of pulse and grow as it charges up, and then a ray just shoots out towards where Humboldt is. A 29 to hit. please give me a Constitution saving throw.
He is within 10 feet of me. Aura of protection, you do have +3 on that, Casey.
Nice. Thank you. $27.
All right, you make the saving throw. You'll still take the damage. Which you like that? Right.
I feel like that's a perfect number.
Not enough dice. Let me just
It
look it
says
up.
in the text. In the text, it says 2d8.
I don't know that it says that in my...
I don't like your text.
Okay. I assume she's crazy level spell. Actually, it's weird. It doesn't specify a spellcasting level for her, so maybe it is right. I was gonna look.
If it is one, she just gets to cast an unlimited number of times. That usually is cast at minimum level. But
yeah, I'm gonna look it up quick.
yeah, almost like I feel sick, but I don't know how much.
Okay, I'm gonna say that is right.
Woo!
So, that is that. Top of the order now, though. We are going to move over. So I'm gonna pop you guys off now. You had one thing together here, and now I'm just gonna pull you up one by one as we go. So, all right. So, we're going to take a spin on the wheel here and see what happens next. Before I do this, one other thing I didn't mention at the top of the broadcast here, but we are doing a giveaway. If you've been paying attention to the stream chat, you probably likely saw that. So if you just type !ticket, you'll get entered to the drawing. We're going to be doing a drawing for a t-shirt. We got a I Survived the Temple of Elemental Evil t-shirt that you can proudly wear at a convention you go to or just on a Friday night when you're out with your friends. So we'll be doing that at some point here during the broadcast. I see there was a ward healing potion. If anybody redeems a ward healing potion, either give it to yourself if you are a player in the queue, or type in there who you want to give it to, and then I'm not going to manage that one too much. And thanks for the cheers. Looks like a hype train is close, so appreciate that. All right, so without further ado, let's take a spin here on the wheel and see what happens. All right. And it looks like... Oh, that was close. I thought I was going to end on the Earth Node minion. We have a winner. Lavi, you have entered. I'm going to pull Jenna up on here real quick. Right to speak.
Hello, hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Let's see. I'll pull Lavi onto... Let's see. Where... You guys ended up in the fire node, right? And took your rest.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So as you enter... So where you're at, you're like grouped up with, unfortunately not Dane. You likely left him in Sargon's little camp area, but you're with Sargon, you're with Ziloff, and you were with Cherry.
Mm-hmm.
And you've gathered around one of the another teleportation node, and you are brought in. Something happened to. Oh no. Are you on the level 3 map?
Oh, let me double check. Am I on the level 3 map? I am, yes.
Do you...
I can see it. Like, I see Humboldt and Zuggtmoy.
Oh, you do? Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
So that was my question, is whether... Because I wasn't sure if I had your tokens set up with vision correctly. Cool.
Oh, okay.
So you're in there. Let me add you to the tracker. Go ahead and roll initiative.
All right. Initiative. Now, hopefully it works because it was giving me some sass earlier. And my computer's being slow, so sorry if... Yeah, okay. It hasn't come up on my Beyond 20. Has it come up on yours?
It hasn't, but you can just tell me what you got.
Alright, or it hasn't popped up at all, so I have no idea yet. Okay, let me just grab a dice really quick, since
Sure.
it's being funky.
Oh, a million dice
Wait.
just rolled.
There they are!
I'll take...
17. 17 is the first one.
Cool. I'll take the first one. Initiative value is 17. So you're coming up in 2 turns.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. And I'm going to bring up now Galileo. You are up.
Okay, Galileo, he's moving up. He moves up to here. And he's going to cast poison spray on this closest steel soldier here.
All right. You cast poison spray, and it does nothing.
All right. He's going to bonus action his arrow then at him. Why isn't that thing working?
I think because your foundry thing thinks you don't have any wild shapes left or something. You can just roll it. It doesn't matter to me.
And I'm not sure what my bonus is on that thing.
I would assume it's your proficiency bonus plus your... I guess I shouldn't assume, because I don't really know.
Well, it's not really telling me, so I'm not sure.
It'd be a ranged spell attack, so it would be your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Well, that would be +6 then.
+6, so an 18 will hit.
All right.
And that is this one in the middle here, right?
Yes. And that's going to be 1d8 plus 4. So that'll be 11 then.
11 points of damage. All right. That one collapses as that you kind of conjure up a string of stars, and that beam connects all of those intersecting points and strikes through the heart of this metal figure, and it falls to the ground.
Oh, that was too easy. I don't have anything else to do then.
All right, no problem. Thanks everybody for the cheers. We're at level 4 hype train right now, so that is awesome. Appreciate that. All right, coming up next, we have Teasley. So Teasley grabs the golden skull and promptly puts the gemstone from the water node into it, and then continues to kind of run over here into the corner. It just seems to be kind of futzing out with it, almost like holding like a Rubik's Cube or something, just kind of like looking at it to maybe see if there's some hint of some way that this object could be used to get out of this particular jam. That's going to bring us up to, now it is Lavi's turn, so I'm going to bring Jenna back onto the stage.
All right.
So you just warped in and teleported into this situation. You see the familiar form of Humboldt, who just kind of whipped around and took a crack with the polearm at the helmed horror behind him. You see Teasley off in the corner with the golden skull, and most importantly, down past this hallway of this purple miasma is where you see the tall figure of the Queen of Rot. What would you like to do?
Oh. Being the nervous Nelly that Lavi is, I feel like she would scream, cast Enlarge on Humboldt, and then move, if I can move her. There we go. Move, and then she'd move to hide behind the corner there. So she's going to enlarge Humboldt, so he gets an extra D4 of damage. And then whatever else that entails.
He becomes large in size also, is that correct?
Correct. So target size doubles in all dimensions, medium to large. Hopefully there's enough room. I think there's enough room. He gets an extra 1d4 when doing damage. Okay, yeah. Bonus action stuff. So I think that would be it for me. Let me double check. Yeah, that's it for me. So yeah, she's just going to enlarge him, run behind this to hide behind the corner, and that's it.
All right. Humboldt is up. So you have just become a overgrown version of yourself as you are wielding your weapon back towards that helmed horror that just approached you.
So Humboldt's like, and then he just swings this now very large stick at the helmed horror. And we're going to have potentially 3 swings coming in. Swing number 1 with all the zealousness. And we're going to go reckless. So we'll take the advantaged attacks. We'll stand at a 16.
That one will miss.
Dang it. We'll swing again with advantage.
That one will hit.
20, and we'll do this damage plus this damage. 23 points of damage there. And then we'll hit with the back end of the stick.
That'll hit.
And we'll do this damage. 16 points there.
All right.
If we can plug up the gap, and it'll just kind of shift around to this side, trying to move down that way.
Sounds good. Next up, we've got Donovan.
Sorry about that. Forgot to hit accept.
Oh, no problem.
Donovan will move up. Once again, attempt to knock this thing prone with his bonus action. Fails miserably.
Yeah, I guess I still need to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just barely beats you, but...
Should I do a re-roll on that? I'm not going to waste it. And then he will just take 2 attacks on it. You know what? I will do a re-roll on that. Alright. And then take his second attack on it. That's nice. Points to it.
All right. Let's see. I'm just checking chat here. There's a lot happening. I think I see Isaac just redeemed by everyone reroll. So I'm going to add 5 into the pool here. You guys are up to 18.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, so...
And he will continue moving up beyond it.
All right. So 14 points of damage. Was there one reroll used in there?
There was one reroll.
There
yes.
was one reroll. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So you, let me just check. That might have done it. Oh no, it's 14. Okay. So he's still up, but his form is looking quite horrendous from all the abuse it's taken from both the polearm and now your longsword. So he's looking pretty bad.
One thing that it's seeing Lavi come in as he moved up and made this attack, he would holler to Lavi, "Who? Do you have the gem?" Figure out who has these gems. And then that's the end.
Awesome. Yeah, so everybody feel free to add some RP flavor to your actions here. This is sort of the very real life version of you got 6 seconds to do a thing and you don't get a response until the person is up.
Sure.
So awesome. Yeah. I'll push you back here as the Helmed Horror is going to turn and attack Humbled. I believe these are an advantage because of the Reckless. So he's going to make 2 attacks here. A 21 to hit. Which will be for 8 slashing there. Second attack. And there's a crit on the table. Oh, and I'm not doing the right. There, it should have been 2d10. So it'll be 9 points of damage. So that is his turn. We move now to the Queen of Rot herself. And on her turn, she's going to cast Entangle. Which to a place right there. So strength saving throws from Donovan and Humboldt in the horror. So the vines and whatnot of the plant growth that erupts here in this space grab hold of the helmed horror. Donovan, you would fail the saving throw unless you'd like to use a reroll. And looks like that's an affirmative. And 25, no problem. You are all able to kind of rest as the vines reach up to try to grab at your arms and your weapons and whatnot. You just kind of rip away. And Zuggtmoy is going to move backwards a bit here. Moves back to right there. And then it's going to bring us to the top of the round here. So we are back to the wheel. And we will see what pops up next. As we spin the Wheel of Fate. I don't think we have a bad boy of the internet in the chat. So, wah, wah. I think what we will do is we'll just call that a respin. We will remove him. If he happens to show up, just let me know. We can add him back onto the wheel. Give it a second spin here. Oh. Dane. I'm going to invite Percy onto the stage here. So, for those who have kept up with the game here, you would know that Dane died in the last session of the Earth Node group. So, Percy, if you're there, all you have to do is just accept the invitation to come onto the stage. So,
yep, he was trying to save Cherry.
He was, yeah. You want to tell us the story of what happened there?
Well, the Earth Node was pretty violent, and there was a lot of combat, and everybody's health was really low. We did some chasing. Dane, being a dwarf, was kind of slow, and he didn't have any more healing, and Cherry went down, so he decided to run up to the Earth Elemental that was attacking her. He did have a healing potion with him, but was unable to use it because he couldn't get close enough. And then the Earth Elemental killed him.
And in death, Dane was a worshiper of Moradin, kind of the chief deity among dwarven kind, and been some time now since that happened. Your spirit has passed on to the upper planes to arrive at Dwarfholm, which is this realm, much of it carved from immaculate stone, and you yourself have been spending some time in the feasting hall of Moradin, and there's something of almost like a celebration kind of happening. It's very much kind of a Nordic, like Thor's, there's Zeus's house, or something like that. This big hall, big long table with Moradin at the head of it, and there's ale aplenty and food laid out, big roasts and foul game, and there's just sort of a general merriment, and many dwarves around the table kind of sharing stories of battle and of conquests and innovation from their times when they were alive. And you're sitting just to the right of Moradin, and he speaks, and he says, "Dane Battlehammer, I have you here at my table, yet you seem distracted. Feast, drink, and celebrate a life well lived. You have brought great honor to dwarf kind. But you are distracted, I see, of matters of the mortal realm. You've done your part, friend. You can leave the matter of the Lady of Rot to your friends." And he gives you space to respond.
I would, but I fear that my friends are not capable of handling her alone. I faced her once before, and that did not go well. Eventually, she was defeated, but many died.
You have a warrior's heart, my friend. You're not content to have died before the final confrontation, the great battle that is underway. I hear you. Your allies certainly could use you. But perhaps you don't have enough faith in them. Certainly they would try to call you back if they are to be successful. But I hear your longing to wield steel again against your enemies and bring further honor to our kind. I can offer you to return to them now, if it is what you truly wish, on the condition that afterwards after you've sent that slimy demon back to the 222nd layer of the abyss, you are to rejoin me here in Dwarfholm. This is where you belong now.
I accept your terms.
He kind of laughs. Well then, Dane Battlehammer. Go now, bring glory to us, and then, and only then, we will feast once more here at my table. And with that, he kind of like raises his mug. All the dwarves stand up and give a roaring huzzah as you are whisked back to the mortal plane once more. And let me grab your token. We'll pull you up here.
Now, do I get any spells or abilities back, or?
You're full rested as you come back in. And as soon as you are ready, go ahead and roll yourself into the initiative. All right. So, it'll be a bit here before it's your turn, but, feel free to take care of all the resting and recharging, and, yeah, you're at full health, full spell slots, full abilities, all of that. So, all right, I'll move you back to the audience here, and we're going to bring Galileo up to the stage. All right, Galileo, it is your turn.
Okay. Galileo is he wants to take this other soldier out here. But I believe he missed. So it's only a 10. But he's more concerned with that. I don't seem to be able to move my character.
No? You probably don't have the right tool on. You have to click the little...
Oh, that's... Okay, I'm casting a moonbeam on this Zuggtmoy way back over there.
All right. Go ahead and do that. Can you place the measured... or I can do it too. Just cast the spell into the tray.
It's 120 feet, so...
Yeah, I just want the token to put down to signify where it is. No. Okay. So I'm going to place that right on top of her there. And at the start of her turn, she can make the con save and whatnot.
All right, and that would be it then for me.
All right. So Pillar of Light drops down, very familiar to many that have adventured with Galileo. And you can see that light sort of like all the like fungal cloak that she is wearing sort of starts to kind of wither a little bit, clearly interacting and being impacted by that spell. Teasley is up next. And I'm basically at this point just going to have Teasley over here with the artifact, taking the dodge action. One less thing for me to manage. We'll move now to Lavi. Bring Jenna onto stage.
Test.
All right. So, Lavi, you see Dane up here. You also got a call from Donovan asking about the gem, which you know to be with Zilloff.
Yes. In the chat, I responded to him that she believes that Zilloff had it. In case he didn't, in case it wasn't seen. Dane, how the hell are you here?
He's like wiping like a little bit of beer or ale from his lips.
So she's definitely going to be shocked about that. But then again, there's a giant mushroom demon attacking them, so there's also that. She's going to continue to maintain that, and then she's going to kind of pop out real quick. So she could cast... Oh, that should be far enough. Yeah. She's going to just cast a firebolt to try to smack Zuggtmoy. Or actually, sorry, I'm going to change that. I'm going to hit the defender guy, because it's probably good to get him out of the way.
Sounds good.
And
he's restrained, so you have advantage on this.
Oh, good. Okay. So click the thing. Oh, nice. Why did it click twice?
Okay, so 25 to hit. That will hit.
Cool. Roll damage. Alright, so 6 points of fire damage.
Alright, he is still up.
Okay, well, I at least bit at him a little bit. She's gonna go hide behind the wall again. Whoop. And yeah, that'll be it. Still maintaining that in large.
Awesome. That will bring us now to Dane Battlehammer's turn. Bring Percy onto stage here.
What the hell, Lavi? You gave Zilla the gem? We're lost now for sure. And then Dane will move forward. Dane has a big roast, or well, a drumstick from a turkey that he was eating when he was sent here. He was not expecting to be sent here. He's going to drop that as he walks up, and he will smack this thing attacking his friends. The 14 hit.
You have advantage on him.
Oh.
So right now you're standing in this like overgrowth of plants and whatnot, and then it is difficult terrain for anybody there, but 20 will hit. And 8 points of damage. You stride into the battlefield and decisively smack into this with your mace, and it clatters to the ground. Like all the pieces of metal as it drops backwards, just kind of disjointedly, like discarded like suit of armor, just goes scattering across the floor.
Alright, then I will continue moving forward. I believe I can only go one more square. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Next up is Humbled.
So Humboldt standing there like all huge, like getting ready to smack. Dane shows up. He looks all happy. Dane walks over, and as he does, he sees Dane with that big turkey leg. And Humboldt, it looks like he's been soaked and dried in salt water several times because he has been. So he's got like crusty salt bits all over his armor and everything. And he looks a little gaunt because he hasn't been eating well. And then he just watches Dane drop the turkey leg to the floor, and out of that huge, now enlarged belly, you just hear a little rumble happen. He's like, "Oh, Dane, how could you? Oh, dwarf's still deaf." And then he'll
Actually,
shift over.
It doesn't seem that he is when you say that.
I know that, but Humboldt doesn't. So he just wanders away, muttering about Dane, to take position over here around the door. And Donovan, if you can get maybe the other side, we'll kind of keep him here. And Dane, if you, and he's making big gestures like, Dane, if you, and he's like pointing at Dane, could go stand there, that would be good. Don't stand in the hallway where you are. She'll shoot at you. And he's doing big gestures with his hands, like pointing forward. She'll shoot at you with the finger. And he points the finger at Dane. Hello, Dane? No? Okay, fine. And then that's it. So I will do a... actually, that doesn't matter much. I will do a dodge action as I sort of take cover here and get ready for things maybe to come down the hallway.
Sounds good. All right, next up we've got Donovan.
All right. Donovan. This is difficult terrain. He moves up next to Dane, and believing Dane can't hear, he gives him a little bump with his shield and a wink, as if to say, "It's good to see you." And at this point, I mean, I don't have that much movement left, so I am going to drink the healing potion that my last one that I have, so.
That sounds good. Ooh.
Ooh, nice. 10 more.
All right. Coming up next is Zuggtmoy's turn. She will have to do a con save from the moonbeam there. And she rocks it with a 31, but I believe still takes half damage, so go ahead and roll that for me, Galileo. And so she will take 7 points. But you have found one of the triggers for a spin on the wheel. So let's do that right away here. We'll move to the Wheel of Names, the Wheel of Fate. And we will give it a spin. Oh-ho! And we have a winner. Sargon comes into the fray here. So Sargon, the deranged cultist, follows right in. It seems like the folks from the Earth Node are like popping in, no problem. Although he was last in the Fire Node, so he pops in. And this actually, the NPCs when they show up, prompt a second roll. So we will spin this one more time here. Uh-oh, and we are going to see Dr. Heinrich jump in here. So let's pull Dawson onto the stage. So Dr. Heinrich, you were collected with... You had managed to find one of the teleportation circles on the air node after having taken refuge. You saw a couple of dragons flying about as you had appeared on the peak at the center of the air node. But gathered together now with your comrades, you have warped in. And so I'm going to pull your token on here. But what thoughts does Dr. Heinrich have as he's coming into the conflict?
Oh, it's a lot of more precarious things, more or less than the fact there's, well, 2 dragons circling overhead is a bit of an issue, and currently the party members I was with are very, dragon slaying focused for some reason, and every second I was with them I felt like I was going to die a more terrible death than before. But now I'm here! Now it's great! I see everyone's up, everyone's healthy, and seeing, oh, why is there weird fungal things from the ground? Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Why am I here? Why am I here? And that's pretty much his.
You just see Teasley, like, right behind you, and he says, "Psst! Hey!
What do you want?
Oh, it's safer over here. Do you have the gemstone?"
No, I think Absalom has it.
Oh, that's good. He's a good person to have it. But he's not here. So he's maybe not such a good person to have it.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll yourself into the initiative here. Okay. Well, you'll be coming up real soon. I still need to have Zuggtmoy take her turn, so pop you back into the audience for a moment as you all see Zuggtmoy will step out of the beam here. Actually, she steps forward out of it. She's waving her hands a bit, and you can see that there's like plant life in that room where she is standing. Like it isn't. You can see the floor where she's at. It's like completely like plant growth and everything, and she's like seems like summoning forth some things that kind of move. These little pods, these little purple violet pods, kind of spring out vines and start to erect themselves up, and almost seem to be kind of crawling around and walking. And as she does that, she will cast a spell at Dane. And does a 21 hit Dane? I just have to check here. It does, okay. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. All right. So with the +3 from Donovan, that would be an 18. It's still a failure. Would you want a reroll? Yeah, I got you guys. I'm no reroll. Okay. Very good. So that will be here's the damage. So 9 points of poison damage, and you are poisoned until the end of your next turn. And let's see. I think that will probably do it for her. But she will step to the side here. And then you notice all of these little violet pods kind of start to creep up and move around her. All right. So that is going to bring us to the top of the round here, which is another roll on the chart. So we'll give it a spin. Uh-oh. So this is our first bad one here. From the teleportation circle at the top there, you see a very peculiar looking creature enter into the combat. And I do believe I've imported an image of this thing. It's rather small. It's maybe like 3 feet wide. A creature with a gaping maw of razor-like teeth. And attached to this sort of scaly husk from which a number of arms protrude with little kind of razor-sharp claws that it just sort of like pops into existence, and you watch it attach itself to the floor here. Here we go. Attaches itself to the ground, and like with no problem at all, just starts to gnaw, and those teeth just start like a razor blade, kind of churning, and it cuts right into this black stonework and burrows down into it, just like kind of throwing up debris and detritus in its wake. And this is another one of those situations where Cliff drew the illustration that may be the doom. So I'm going to roll this thing into the scenario here. But it almost immediately burrows into the ground, so it's not actually a visible target right now. And maybe we'll see it later. That's going to bring us to the top of the order here. And Dr. Heinrich, we're going to bring you back on stage. So, Dr. Heinrich, from across the room, you see that horrific thing pop into existence, and it is now your turn.
I am a doctor. I am not meant for the battlefield. I'm mostly meant to spend sitting my time in the office doing work, but this is great. Well, nothing bad could ever happen. Hey, group, what's going on? Oh my god, what's those weird purple things walking down the hallway? He's just fumble with his bow. He's never hits anything in these games, so he'll look at this first one right here. I can see your movements, probably, maybe, and he'll need a deception check as he tries to insightfully fight this weird purple thing.
Okay, I'm just going to say you beat it.
I did it! I have an arrow, you monster! No!
It has an armor class of 5, so you actually hit it.
Yes! The doctor is the champion!
Alright, 7 points of damage.
But wait! There's more! I get sneak attack! Yes!
Alright, as you hit it, it pierces through the pod, and you see this kind of fetid sort of vapor escape out of it, and it just starts to kind of curl and shrivel up and dies in place and stops moving.
Last thing the doctor has. I assume that is very, the bad spores, so if you're going to hit it, take a step back at least. You might get sick, and that's where he'll end his turn.
Alright. That is going to bring us to Galileo. So Galileo, we're going to bring you onto the stage here.
Okay. Galileo's going to use his turn, and he's going to move his moonbeam. How do I move that over?
Point to where you would like to move it.
This section of these 3 spores here, or
like here?
Right there, yeah.
All right.
Okay, and he's going to move himself. I don't know, can he get over to here? Or... Do I have to be within sight of the moonbeam? Will it disappear if I move somewhere where I can't see it?
No, it won't disappear, but I'm going to say that you have to be able to see where you want to move it. But if you place it somewhere and then move out of sight of it, you could still concentrate it remaining there.
Okay, then I'm going to move up there.
All right. Sounds good. Anything else?
I don't think I can do anything else right now.
All right. Teasley continues to observe the golden skull, taking the dodge action as doing so, and then it is going to be Lavi's turn. All right.
Yellow.
It is
All
your
right.
turn.
It is. Lavi is going to pop out like she's gonna try to send a spell at Zuggtmoy, but she sees that she can't see her from where she is.
No.
Okay. So instead, she will. Let's see, 5, 10, 15. I'm just gonna place her here so I remember she moves there. But before she does that, she's going to send another firebolt at the pods. I'll say just the closest one here.
Okay.
And I think you said I need a 5 to hit.
5 to hit, so that's going to hit.
All right, cool. And for 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Yeah, you can see like it hits a part of the pod, and there's like definitely like the violet color becomes very charred and crisp, and you can just see like bits of its plant-like flesh kind of flaking off in that spot. But it still seems like it's moving, just kind of writhing around in pain.
Ugh. And I think she'll make that noise too. Ugh. But
Yeah.
that is all she can do. She's already moved to the spot she can move to. That's it.
All right, sounds great. We'll move now to bring Dane onto the stage. Oh no.
All right, Dane is going to move forward.
All right.
To there.
As you
He's gonna-
step into there, I need you to make. Let me just see real quick. Make for me a. I think it's a dexterity saving throw. I'm going to say it's a dexterity save.
Fantastic. Oh, nice.
Okay, you managed to make the saving throw. So, as you move into the hall there, some of the fungal growth that is there, there's sort of one that kind of like explodes and kind of sprays this vile-looking liquid. You manage to kind of duck and maybe like throw up your shield or something, just avoiding getting any of that on your flesh.
As I'm moving forward, I'd like to say to Humboldt, "Hey, I can hear now. I fixed it before I died. And I can't see Zuggtmoy anymore.
Correct.
So I am instead going to cast Bless on Humboldt, Donovan, and Galileo.
All right. Awesome. So players take note of that, and I'm gonna rely on all of you in the audience. If you're concentrating on a spell like Moonbeam or Bless or whatever, just remember to do your con checks if you ever take damage. All right. Anything else, Dane?
I think that's all I could do for now.
Right. We will move now to Humboldt. Humboldt onto the stage.
Wait, when did you die? No, and he'll just take his staff. He'll put his staff in his teeth, and then he pulls out what are effectively javelins, but look more like harpoons that may have come from some marrows recently. And he starts hucking them down the hallway at those gassy pod things, aiming for the one in the front first. That'll be yeah, first one first. D4 because I'm blessed and normal. 27 to hit. That probably
You got it?
does. This is the one that's already been poked with fire, so it'll take that. And if that doesn't do it, it'll actually take a little bit more.
Not quite enough.
Then it also takes 1d 4 plus 3. It takes that from my zealous tree.
All right, that will do it.
Got it. And then I throw another one. Actually, I probably throw the same one. I reel it back in with the rope and throw it again. Who cares? And that's going to be at the further one, which is going to be out of my range for short range. This will be coming in at disadvantage, but will still be a 22. And that will do just this normal damage. 9 points to the second one. Are we going in? Are we staying out? What do we have a plan? And then he'll take his quarterstaff back in hand. And that's
Sounds good. Coming up next that thing that had burrowed into the earth. Where will it go? Going to, I think, erupt right here by the good doctor. And it gets to make 3 attacks. You see, this thing, it's just almost like it's a small creature. The image makes it look much larger than it is, but it's like maybe more terrifying because it's pretty compact size. And so there's like a bit of the stone tile underneath your feet. Dr. Heinrich just explodes. It's like a little shattering down there as this thing like rises up and its claws just start like coming right for your face. First attack there is a 19 to hit. And is going to deal 10 points of damage. Second attack, 22 to hit. 9 points of damage. And at this point, it has grabbed onto your face. Its claws just tearing right through your flesh, and that big mouth just like razor sharp right in front. It's got one more claw attack it's going to make. And a 13, probably not going to quite make it. But nonetheless, 2 of its claws are dug into your skin, and it's looking to make a bite attack at you. All right. That just misses. All right, so that thing's attached to you as we turn to Donovan's turn.
Okay. Donovan. At this point, I don't really have anything to do. A 10, 15, 20. I move to there. I guess at this point, take the dodge action.
All right, sounds good. All right, next up is Sargon. And so this kind of very decrepit-looking old man with a long, unkempt beard, big hood over his head, and a gnarly-looking quarterstaff appears on the the star of the fire node. And his eyes get large as he's like looking around wildly, and he just says, "Where is she? Where is she?" Oh. And he kind of like walks just right by you, Dr. Heinrich, paying no attention to the fact that your face is getting ripped up. And he looks over to where Teasley is. And he says, the golden skull. It's almost time. It is almost assembled. And he's just kind of moving over towards that direction. And I'm just going to have him take the dodge action for now. And it becomes Zuggtmoy's turn. And she's going to move. She gets to right here. And she's going to cast a spell over towards Dane. Actually, yeah, Dean. Here we go. A 26 to hit. Con save would fail unless you want to do a reroll. You know what? With the +3, it would be a save, so it would be 22. So that'll make it. So you just take 11 points of poison damage, Dean. All right, and then she moves around the way there. That's going to bring us to the top of the order, which means we need to make a roll on the Wheel of Fate. So let us see what is coming into the encounter next. What or who? All right, Charnika. I believe that brings in everybody from the original Earth node except for the one that has the gem, unfortunately. But let me bring Lindsay on stage here real quick. Yes, time for more barbarians. Lindsay, if you're there, I think you just have to accept the invitation to speak. We'll give Lindsay just a moment, just in case maybe she just stepped away or something like that. While we are waiting for that, just a heads up, and if you're just stopping by for the first time, thanks for stopping by 20 Sides to Every Story. We are doing a giveaway. We're doing a giveaway of a t-shirt. If you'd like to enter that, just type !ticket into the chat in order to redeem that. Yeah, everybody can get one ticket for the giveaway, one per person. So hey,
Hi,
Lindsay.
sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, no problem. This is new to all of us. We've never done anything like this before using the stage channel. So so you get teleported in from your last location was the fire node. And so you had just watched as Sargon and Lavi got teleported away, and now you also get pulled into the chamber. And so any what types of thoughts or things are going on for Charnika as she gets pulled in?
Yeah, she's just kind of. Oh my God! Wait, where did Lavi go? What? Oh, Lavi! Hey, what happened? Where are we? Oh my God! She's just kind of in the middle of watching people disappear, and when she gets popped in, and is a little freaked out about where she is.
Absolutely. Makes sense. You don't see the Demon Queen of Rot as you warp in, but you can feel her presence just through the demeanor and actions of your comrades. Feel free, go ahead and roll yourself into the initiative. All right. So we'll be coming back to see what Charnika is up to at the bottom of the round, it looks like. All right. So, I'll put you back in the audience as I bring up Dr. Heinrich, who's in a precarious spot currently. Dr. Heinrich, it is your turn. You've got this strange creature angling to try to tear and eat your face.
He's doing a fantastic job at it, if I might say so. So it's this thing like grabbing onto me. Am I like?
You're grappled. You're grappled by it. Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna get anywhere. This thing is still grabbing me. I gotta get out of the grapple. I'm going to die. I'll try to break it. I'll do an acrobatics thing.
All right.
That's okay for a number.
Gonna stay with that one?
I don't know. Am I gonna stay with that one? Sure. What else am I gonna do?
You managed to grab hold of it and like keep enough strength on your arms to kind of keep its mouth from closing in and taking off your fingertips, and you toss it to the ground, and it like pretty quickly like erects itself back up, angling to like jump at you again, but you've broken free from it.
Bonus action. I'm gonna disengage. Oh, that's it.
All right. Sounds good. Next up is going to be Galileo. We'll bring Cliff onto the stage here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Galileo's looking back at that creature, and it just looks so familiar to him, and he thinks that's a particularly nasty little creature, and it should be taken out. So he's firing his magic arrow there at it. Get things out of the way so I can...
All right.
All right.
And you're trying to hit this like pod here?
No, I'm hitting that digging creature.
Oh, oh, sorry. Yep. 18.
Well, that would be +6.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna hit.
Okay, then. That's +4, so it'd be 10 damage.
10 damage, all right.
And those spore creatures that I have the moonbeam around, do they not have? Is there not a time when they're going to get damaged?
Oh, yeah, they probably should have. I didn't give them a round though either, so. All right, let's handle that quick. Fail. And the other one, does a 16 save? Well, roll your damage.
Find out where the moonbeam was. Here it is. And Here's the damage.
Hey, Drake Takes. Thanks for the subscription. Alright, it's 12 points. Okay. So... Very good.
15 is the Constitution saving throw.
Okay, so the one made it. They're all still up. On their turn, they would have moved up like this. And it looks like Ike just redeemed by everyone a reroll, so we'll put 5 more on there.
And I'm moving up right there, and I'm going to move the moonbeam.
Right there.
Again. No, actually, I'd like to move it just out of the and one down, so that it's partially on.
Right there.
Yes.
Alright, sounds good. That will bring us then to Teasley, dodge action, then Lavi. We'll bring Jenna back on stage here.
Hey. Okay. She is going to move about there. Actually, from where she was before, because I think it'll be a clear shot. She is going to just do tried and true, another firebolt, because she needs to maintain her enlarge. So just gonna hit. She's gonna hit this one here. And roll for damages. Oh. Just a little
point.
Just a little flip of fire.
Which one was it?
Spark. This one here. I think this is the one. Yeah, okay. I have the clear shot from that one. Besides that, she is going to move. Sorry, it's loading for me. I'm trying to. The rest of my move is just moving her to the corner, and that's it.
All right, sounds solid. Dane Battlehammer. We'll bring Percy onto the stage here.
Alright, so Dane can finally see Zuggtmoy. And he's about to just wreck her. Or them. I guess I shouldn't be gender specific. But then he hears the doctor scream out in pain. And he turns around. And he is going to instead unleash the hell that he was going to unleash on Zuggtmoy onto him. Or it.
Of 15 will not hit.
I might use. I think I'll use a reroll.
Sounds good. There are 21 rerolls, so no need to be conservative here. So 21 will hit. Oh yeah, thanks. Thank you, Anonymous, for the tip. We appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. 17 points of damage to that. Awesome.
And the next attack gets advantage.
All right. Drop that on him. Awesome. Next, we go to Humbled.
I'd like to move forward, too.
Yep. No problem. Yep, you can get up there. Make me another dexterity saving throw. And again, you manage to stay safe from that. Then it is Humboldt's turn. Bring Casey onto the stage here.
Dane, what part to stay away from? The big things that shoots all kinds of... And he turns around and he'll kind of slog through the plant life to get to about there and put him in range to throw his javelins at this weird critter that has come up out of the ground. And javelin, first one coming in at advantage because thank you, Dane. And an extra D4 just in case. 28 to hit, and then it will do this plus this 20 points of damage.
There's the one right in front of Dane.
No, that's the weird claw.
Oh, the crawly thing.
critter.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. Almost shot Sargon. Sargon, you look like a crawly thing. And if that's still standing, then I will throw the second jab.
Yeah, it is still up.
All right. That was 20 total points of damage to it. And then another attack coming in. This one is normal. And this one is an 18 to hit. And that will do this damage. $11 more points of damage.
All right. Very good. Thwopping the thing, it is extremely resilient, it would seem. It is still moving around with vibrant speed. And it's going to become its turn. Yes, Marine, thank you for the tip, and thank you for the cheer. I really appreciate that. Okay, so this thing is going to burrow. And pop up over here and leap at Teasley. Let's see, a 17 hits. Oh yeah, he is dodging, right? So, ooh. I think a DM reroll is going to be employed here. The one that I got from earlier. So second attack at disadvantage. Uh, 9 will not hit. Second attack will hit. Deals 12 points of damage, and then its third attack hits. And 11 points. Teasley drops to 0. And you see that he drops the skull. And this creature, its little grabby hands go and latch onto the golden skull. Then it ends its turn right there. That's going to bring us to Donovan. Bring Chris onto the stage.
Let's see. I move here. I will attack this one in front of me with my longsword.
All right. That'll hit. And 10 points. It is still up.
Crap. I am going to use my... I'm going to try and shove it back.
All right. No problem. You manage to shove it back into... Okay, over there. You kind of grab it, like kind of shoulder tackle it into that corner there.
Yeah. And then follow it, move forward. Now, being here, can I attack her?
I'll say yes, but she has a bit of cover from the angle.
Okay. I have advantage, correct? Because she is guiding bolted. Am I correct in my thinking?
Well, I think the guiding bolt went towards the little grabby hands creature.
Oh, is that correct?
I think that was
Okay.
Dane's spell. Okay, Dane's saying, yep, that's correct. Okay. So straight roll.
I am blessed.
You are blessed. Doesn't quite get you there. Would you like to re-roll?
I will. Nope.
Unfortunately, doesn't get there. Anything else?
I will, I'll hold there.
All right. Sounds good. We've got Sith Lord Dave just redeemed Blessing of Saint Cuthbert. Okay, an instant heal for Teasley. Okay.
Please.
So Teasley will get 10 points of healing back. Doesn't change the situation with the skull, but at least he's conscious. All right. So I'll pop you back to the audience. Sargon is up next. And Sargon... is he's gonna try to cast Chill Touch on this creature. Ooh, he gets a crit. And that's a pretty good Chill Touch. 26 points of necrotic damage. Creature is looking, you can see is the skeletal hand that he conjures up. It's got kind of this gross looking eye on the back of its hand, and it reaches forward and grabs hold of this bizarre looking alien creature. And as it does so, it like necrotic, its whole flesh, its scaly flesh just necroticizes, and it's just turning all black and starting to become real brittle and start to flake away. The bulk of its body is looking pretty corrupted. And that is his turn. He weirdly continues to approach this creature as he casts that spell, gets within 10 feet of it. And he's just kind of cackling. It's almost in my grasp! And that's going to bring us to Zuggtmoy's turn. She is in this spell. So she'll do her con save. So she gets a 26. Galileo, go ahead and roll some damage there for the moonbeam. And while you're doing that, we need to make a roll on the Wheel of Fate. Alright, 18 points, okay. So she takes a bit there. And let's see what happens next. Oh, no. So we've got a baddie coming in from the fire node. So Charnika, right in front of you, it is a creature that probably looks somewhat familiar to some of you. Just a charred-looking skeleton that is affixed with an elemental spirit that is consuming what little flesh maybe still clung to it. One of the same creatures that was involved in that one harrowing adventure where I think a lot of the adventurers became mistaken for braziers by Lavi. So that skeletal creature thing appears right on the fire node with you. Rolls into initiative. And then Zuggtmoy is going to take her turn. And she just, you see Donovan, probably, you've got eyes on her, you're striking at her. She casts a spell, and you watch her entire form just sort of melt away and almost get subsumed into the fungal growth of the floor and walls. And she is not here any longer. In fact, you're not really sure where she is. As you're looking around this hall, dread just kind of overcomes you. There's this whole place in here. Now that you're looking into the room, you can see this disgusting stonework that rises up, a dais where a throne is displayed, covered in fungi, and seems almost to have human forms kind of embedded in it. Writhing forms that are shown crying out in pain, and fungi shoot up through the sockets of their skulls and such. And you're not getting the sense that any of these figures are still alive, but they kind of writhe and move just by virtue of all the plant growth that seems to be thriving and moving around in here. And the rampant growth of all, you can see there are bodies all over inside the chamber, fixed to the walls, the ceiling, the floor. They all give off this very grotesque feel of dead bodies being decomposing and giving fuel and food to the plant growth. And so you feel like she could be anywhere, almost like she is living within the tissue of this room itself. And that is going to bring us to Charnika's turn. Move ourselves back to... Yep, you guys just give me a... I'll eventually move it over, on the screen. I need a producer for this particular session. Yeah, let us move now to Cherry. I'm going to bring Lindsay onto the stage.
Okay. Can I see the thing that had or has the skull from here?
You can. Yep, it hasn't burrowed quite yet. So he's over here. All he's done is latched on to the skull.
Okay.
He's just on the floor.
And the skeleton next to me is just there. Okay. I do have one quick question. I have a new ability that's like the extra attack. Do I need to be raging to use that, or does it just happen when I attack?
Just happens when you attack.
Okay. Then I'm gonna give a worried look in the direction of the skull situation, but just pray that Sargon is gonna be decent at this, and I'm gonna take my swings at Mr. Skull Boy, so he doesn't go after anyone else. No. Okay. Did that roll into a thing?
If it didn't roll, you could just tell me like what you see on D&D Beyond or whatnot.
I think I see a 16, but I'm trying to figure out if that was before or after my modifier. No.
It should be no problem because he's got an AC of 13, so you'd hit.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll just roll for both right now and see. And the other one is just 11, and that is with modifier. So the second one doesn't. Hello?
Yeah, okay, 11 on the second one. Would you like to re-roll it?
No, it's okay. I'll just go for one.
Okay. So the first one hit, and go ahead and roll some damage.
So that is 15 slashing damage.
All right. This is a magical weapon?
No, it's just the axe.
Okay. So you still do damage. It's just resistant.
Okay.
As you hit it, you will take a little bit of fire damage in return as like kind of the flames lick at you. And so I'll make a roll. So it would be 9 fire damage, of which you're resistant, so you can take 4 points.
Alrighty.
All right. Anything else?
No. I believe that. Actually, let me see. I think I'm just gonna stay within his range, but move.
All right. Sounds good. So you stay within range, kind of distracting this particular creature. As we move to the top of the order, I'll send you back to the audience here as we go back to the Wheel of Fate. Shall see who enters next. Oh, and so it looks like we've got Absalom will be running down the ramp here to jump into the ring. And I believe this is one of our gem holders. So we'll pull Winston onto the stage here.
All right.
So you were last at the air node. With the others. So you have seen now at this point. There's one air node person in here, isn't there?
Yeah, the good doctor and Sargon.
Doctor and Sargon. Yeah, you'll have recognized Sargon for sure. The doctor was with you, and you have now warped in. Tell us what's going on with Absalom as you warp in.
All right. So I was having an argument with Thorwald and was like, listen, I know that we're trapped here, but it's kind of nice, right? Don't you like the weather? It's sort of chilly and, it's much better than and then poof, I get dropped in. And then I'm holding the gym. I have a question for you. It's an important question, Alex. Does the gym, have any kind of sway over me, or is it just a gym?
It's just a gem.
Okay. So I pop into existence. Oh, go ahead.
Well, the golden skull is truly like the artifact, and this is like a mere piece of it. I think you were in like the big battle when the golden skull has a little bit of like, if you're holding the golden skull, it kind of whispers. I don't remember who initially grabbed it or whatever, but it doesn't have quite that power, the gem.
Okay. So I take stock of my surroundings and I look around and I go, what the hell? Oh, of course, I knew this was going to happen. And I'm just trying to figure out what's happening, and I guess at this point I roll initiative, right?
At this point you roll initiative, and you would see the golden skull is like 10 feet from you.
Cool. And Teasley is up or alive, and Sargon is attacking the worm creature, right?
Yep. And you can see that creature has grabbed hold of the golden skull and...
Cool. And I'm going to roll initiative. Maybe. Eventually. I'll roll initiative.
Should be good. Turn. Yeah, you should be able to now.
No, it's just laggy. But I'll get it. Because I don't take a turn yet, right? I wait till it comes up in initiative.
Yeah. So it'll be a bit. So you're at the 8. So yeah, you're right after Donovan. All right. Thank you. We'll bring the good doctor up next. Dawson. Hey there, Dawson. What would you like to do?
Well, for starters, the doctor is always very suspicious of people for being a very insightful man, and preferring to heal people, but in the certain circumstance, with what Sarkin just said, is taking all the bad radars of, holy shit, I don't trust this guy in any capacity. He's going to draw his rapier and it's going to dash down and say, this is really stupid of me, but I guess I'm doing it because someone has to. And he's going to say, hello. And he's going to thrust his rapier into the weird thing that drilled into his face. Oop, where is my weapons? There they are. Ooh, 14 hit? Maybe not. I don't think it does.
Would you like to reroll? There are 19 rerolls.
I mean, if you're offering one.
I say go for it.
Excellent. It doesn't even matter.
Oh no. Roll a d6.
This is why the doctor sticks to healing and not actually hitting people.
Okay, just a miss.
Oh.
Bountiful luck. I think you get to reroll that from Lavi's thing.
Thank you. I am a doctor.
Wait, does bountiful luck, do we have to see them? I guess that's the only question. Let me just look it up here.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. So we'll look that up for next time, what the conditions are. But, all right. Anything else, good doctor?
No.
All right, sounds good. That will bring us to Galileo. We'll bring Cliff onto the stage.
Okay. Galileo looks back. He sees that flaming skeleton sitting there, and he decides that he's going to want to take that out. And he fires up his arrow there.
Would you like to reroll?
I would. So, here we go again. And that will be a 22, actually.
All right, and who's this then?
That's at the flaming skeleton there.
All right. That will hit.
And that will be a 9 damage.
All right.
And he's also going to cast Frostbite at him.
All right, con save.
Yes.
All right, it fails.
All right. So
10 more damage. The cold, the frost that descends and like kind of layers on top of this thing kind of dampens its flames a bit, but it is still alive. And we just got redemption here from Maureen. 5 more rerolls, so we're back up to 22 player rerolls. Thank you, Maureen. And anything else, Galileo?
he was hoping that it would cool that hothead down a little bit more than that, but no, that would be it then.
All right. Coming up next would be Teasley. And let's see. That sounds good. I'm going to take the suggestion from the chat. He does have shocking grasp, so he'll reach over, try to grab at this thing, give it a spark. I don't know. Players, can Teasley use one of your player rerolls to reroll that? They say reroll. Okay. I think that's a fair call. Reroll looks better. And so 8 points of lightning damage. Thing is still up, but it allows Teasley to stands up, puts a little bit of distance there away from the creature. And Dragon at Rest, thank you for the subscription. Or Roadkiller, thank you for the gifted sub. Dragon at Rest. Hey all, just popping in because the name of the channel is amazing. All right, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're doing a crazy big session here. We got 15, 16 player characters in the queue here. This is their final session of this year-long campaign we've been running as a part of our community campaign. So, if you'd like, join us in Discord. This is an open game that anybody really can join. So if you want to figure out how to join in the second phase of the community campaign starting next in July, let us know. And all right, so that was Teasley's turn. Coming up next is Lavi. So I'm going to pull Jenna onto the stage here.
Hello.
Hello.
Lavi is going to... Sorry, I'm having trouble moving my screen. I will end up moving her somewhere. My goal is to move her so she could see the burrowing thing. There we go. Now it's moving. 10, 15, 20, 25. Actually, I don't think I can see it from there. Oh, no, I could just clip it. Alright, so now that you can see the burrowing thing, She's like, "Ooh, you okay there, doctor? It looks like it got a bite out of you." She's going to do, if I can, yeah, I can. She's gonna do Mind Sliver, on it. And so that would be an intelligence saving throw, and they have to beat a 14.
Okay.
And if they fail it, fingers crossed.
It's an 11.
Okay, they fail it. So they'll take some damage. I'll do the damage. But then on the next saving throw it makes, before the end of my next turn, it can you can remove a d4.
All right. So
I'll try to put some as a reminder.
probably don't need to. It reaches out, its three
Oh,
little
okay.
grabby claws grab onto the golden skull, and it almost like it pops it like over its form, almost like a soccer player on the sidelines getting ready to toss the ball back in, and it jumps forward and kind of goes to nosedive towards the stonework, and its teeth start like churning again to gnaw through that stonework and burrow, and then you hit it with the spell, which seems to drop it. It releases the golden skull, and just its form drops to the ground. It just sort of skids there. And becomes lifeless.
She does like a little like yes, like little fist bump, and probably yell something like for someone to please pick up the skull, and that'll be it.
Sounds good. That's gonna bring us next to the flaming creature. Which will it's gonna see what just happened, and almost like out of a sense of retribution, seems to sidestep right past Charnika and moves towards Lavi here. And it just kind of like reaches out with one of its hands, and this torrent of flame kind of goes forward and strikes at you. And Lavi, that is a 24 to hit. It's going to deal 4 points of fire damage. You manage to maybe kind of dodge out of the bulk of the torrent, but take a little bit. And I believe that's it for that thing. That's going to bring us to Absalom. So I'm going to bring Winston onto the stage. So Absalom, the creature that had gripped the golden skull, now is dead, and near its prone body is the golden skull, which has been fitted with one of the power gems thus far.
I'll say it's a shame, I guess, but I guess it's time for me to be the hero once again. And I will run up to the skull, pick it up. How many feet of movement is that roughly?
I would say just like 10 feet.
10 feet, okay. So I'll scoop the skull up. Is it an action to slot the gem?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take my action to slot the gem. And then, seeing all of the chaos that's happening, I am going to use my rest of my movement to run into the corner, and then I will use my bonus action to hide if I can. If there's anything to hide behind.
Yeah, I'm going to say you're basically out of eyeshot of any of the creatures, other than maybe like the fire thing, so no problem.
Cool. Yeah, I'll roll a stealth check just so I can roll something.
Sounds
Alright, cool.
good.
And I'll hold and I'll cradle the skull. I'm kind of just like keeping it in the corner, and I'm listening for any whispers.
Sounds good. Yeah, there's some kind of like a demonic speech that you probably hear very subtly. Does Absalom happen to have a language proficiency? Or Abyssal?
Let's see. I speak no. Giant thieves can't in common.
Okay, so you just hear this like very kind of dark speech that is almost maddening.
And I re-rolled my stealth check, and I just like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can burn a re-roll. Went from crit fail to crit success.
Awesome. All right. Sounds good. Coming up next, we have Dane. We'll bring Percy onto the stage here.
Okay, so Zuggtmoy's run like a little bitch. That seems typical for her.
Is no longer in sight.
But I do have these fungus-looking things in front of me,
You do.
so I will start like mowing them down. Pull out my mace. Assuming an 18 hits.
18 hits. Five points. It is still up.
I'll use my War Priest ability to hit it again.
That'll hit. And it goes down.
And I will move forward to
All right. Oh, and I just realized I didn't give them a turn, so I'm gonna have them do the one that died. It's dead. It missed out, but I'm gonna have them do their attacks real quick. So one of them was going to attack Dane, and one of them will attack Donovan. We'll do the one that tries to. One of its little violet tendrils tries to reach out and grab at you. An 11 will not hit, and the other one on Donovan will not hit. Alright, so coming up next, we're going to have Humboldt. Bring Casey onto the stage here. Alright, Humboldt, you are up.
So Humboldt's moving forward through this entangle, and he's basically picked up speed out of the corner, and his right leg is landing on clear ground, his left leg is landing on the vine, so he keeps kind of like herky-jerking his way forward. He finally gets clear, bursts into the open, sees that the crazy thing is gone, and then like a toddler, because he's so big at this point, he has to lean into his turn, do a full circle before he comes around and next to this fire elemental, where he swings recklessly while calling out, "Don't get close to him," as he gets close to him and tries to swing. So recklessly right this with advantage. There's an extra d4 on that.
Alright.
Wait, what just happened there? 22 will probably hit even without the d4.
That'll hit.
And that will do that plus this plus that. Total of 19 points of damage.
Alright, you strike into it, and the bones that the fire elemental has attached itself clang to the ground, and the energy, that wreath of flame, seems to get kind of like sucked back into the fire portal right next to it, and it is dead. You'll take a little fire damage here.
Oh, I hate those things so much.
10 points.
And with what's left of his bit of movement, he'll reach down to where the pile of equipment is, pick up a set of bracers and kind of huck them over towards the doctor. It's like, if you're going to be shooting a bow, put them on. A set of archers of bracery come tumbling through the air towards you. That's that.
All right. Yeah, looks like Zombie Joe, thank you for the DM reroll. We get that updated. Coming up next, we got Donovan. I'll bring Chris onto the stage.
All right. I will attack the one in front of me. Or in front of Dane there.
That'll hit. Eight points. This thing goes down.
I move here to see what is in the room. Didn't really change my visual at all. And I don't see any enemies.
You don't, although you probably perceive kind of like the whole room almost feels like an enemy in here.
Sure.
But no individual thing necessarily to focus your attention on.
Okay. And I will say to Dane, well, actually, I don't. I kind of give him a nudge with my shield and kind of point back. I still don't know that he can hear. Basically, signaling to fall back, and I will move to there. And that is it.
Oh, I think the chat apparently is telling me I've got another reroll. They're so honest. That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Planet Buster, have they landed a hit on Zug? Yeah, she's taken some damage from the moonbeam, I think, mostly. All right, so coming up next, we've got... Oh, did I get Absalom on here twice? We'll remove the second Absalom. There's a false Absalom on the initiative. Okay. Sargon is up next, and Sargon... He's gonna kind of follow along where Absalom is. I know you did a stealth check, but he's right there looking at you, so he just kind of comes over and huddles next to you, and he says, "It's almost time. We need the other 2 gems before we can destroy it." Yes. And he'll just take the dodge action over here. It is then Zuggtmoy's turn. Zuggtmoy appears in the middle of the plant growth. Her entire form rises like a skeleton being pulled up out of a bog. Just all this plant growth kind of draped over her skeletal form. She stands tall, and as she does so, you can see all the little mushrooms on her back and on her arms just sort of start to kind of grow and grow and grow until they pop. And there are all these spores that get released into the atmosphere here. I'm going to need some checks from a number of you. And this is something that is impacted by the potion. And so if you took and drank a potion of one of the potions that the good doctor whipped up, you'll have an advantage on the saving throw. If not, just at normal. So this is going to be a wisdom saving throw. It's going to impact Galileo. It's going to impact Lavi. It's going to impact Charnika. And it's going to impact Humboldt. So those of you that I named off can make wisdom saving throws. Humboldt is using a reroll. So Charnika, you took one to heal from being infected before. That does not count, unfortunately. It had to be used. If you use it to heal, it got rid of the thing that you had, or whoever you used it on. So it'll be straight roll. Okay. So looking at what we've got here, it looks like Humboldt has a 21. Humboldt is okay. Going up the pike here, Galileo had a 25. Galileo, you are okay. Lavi, you had an 18. Did you want to stay at an 18? Okay. And I'm looking for what Charnika rolled. Charnika, could you just type in what you received? Okay, 19? Okay, 19 is okay. So, Lavi, you start to feel a little funny as you these spores kind of latch onto you, and you suddenly feel enthralled by Zuggtmoy. You want to stand next to her, and you want to protect this beautiful form that you see in front of you, almost like a druid admiring their grove. That's where you're at. So, Lavi, on your turns, until this maybe goes away, I'm going to assume control of your character. All right. That is going to bring us to Charnika. And I will pull Lindsay onto the stage here. Or no, wait, sorry. Yeah, so, sorry, it's Charnika's turn.
Okay. So the green space around her, that's like all plant difficult terrain sort of
Difficult
stuff?
terrain, yep.
Alright. I'm gonna switch to my magic smacky stick. And I'm just gonna run up. 5. So 10, 15. Actually, let me see. Let me see if I have the movement to do that. Oh, Lavi attacking me. Actually, no, I wouldn't know that. So, 5. Yeah, gonna go up there. I'm just gonna take a swing with the stick. Like 2 swings with this.
All right, taking some swings.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. Okay. Sorry, just a sec. It won't let me roll on the digital, so I'm gonna have to do this. Goodbye. First one, 23, I believe. 17 plus 6.
23 will hit.
And the second one is a natural 1.
Okay, do you want to re-roll that?
Can I re-roll that?
You can.
And the other one's also a 23.
All right, 23 hits.
Okay. So, yeah, let's go all out. I'm gonna use a couple charges for the first one. For the first damage, it's 2, and then plus need to roll d6 rolls. I'm gonna use 3 charges for the first hit. Oh, sorry. So it's 12 total for the first one.
Okay.
Sorry, I just need to double check if I have the amount to try and do it again. And then I'm just gonna use 3 more charges again for the second hit. So. 11, 17, 18, 19 for the second one.
All right.
That is my turn.
So as you do that, one of the tendrils off of her body kind of unwinds and strikes at you. 23 to hit.
That'll hit, yeah.
And she does 26 points of damage.
Okay. Mm.
And you dealt her damage, so we're going to take a spin on the wheel. Anything else before we do that? Anything else from Charnika?
No. That's everything from me.
All right. So we will take a spin on the Wheel of Fate here. See what happens next. All right. Coming down the ramp with his money in the bank briefcase, Thorwald is charging into the encounter here. So I am going to, in just a second, pull Thorwald on. All right. So, Thorwald, you were on the teleporter. You saw a number of your comrades enter. You're popping in over on the air node glyph. What is going on for Thorwald?
Hey guys, Thorwald was discussing strongly with Absalom about what we should do. And then he popped out and he was very angry about that and wishing to, go as well, and pops out, looks around, trying to understand the situation. He looks confused, but then he sees Zuggtmoy, and his eyes go red. And everybody can tell that's the only thing he sees right now.
All right, go ahead and roll yourself into initiative. All right, 17. So we'll see you in a bit. But as it turns out, we're at the top of the order yet again, so we're just going to end up doing yet another spin on the wheel. So maybe we'll have a couple of people jump in. I'll move you back to the audience, Gabe, as we go to the wheel. So we will remove Thorwald off the list. Actually, there's a couple of people I need to remove off the list here. We already have Charnika. Okay, that's it. These bad ones stay on here, unfortunately. So we're gonna see what happens next. Oh, it is Herc. I thought we were gonna end on a node minion, but we got Herc coming into the mix. So one with the gun I am going to pull you into the chat here for a hot second here to tell us what's going on with Herc. And so if you are there, all you have to do, I think, is accept the invitation to speak. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, sorry about that.
So you end up warping in right
I was yelling at my
along.
computer.
Yeah, you warp in right along with Thorwald from the little cavern that you found on the air node, and you warp in. What's going on with Herc?
I think Herc was a bit confused as everyone was teleported away from the mountain, and he was left there by himself. Now he finds himself in a more comfortable place, surrounded by nice squishy targets. And he looks over at Thorwald to see where his blade's headed, so we can do our 1-2 combo. Seemed to work last time.
That's right. So you just have kind of started your adventure, already have a dragon under your wing, and now you've got a demon lord up ahead. Go ahead and roll yourself into initiative.
Okay, and then just one real quick thing. I still have 7 hit points. I wasn't sure how to do the short rest thing, but do I do that in here?
You can. Is your stuff on D&D Beyond updated?
I mean, it is current as far as the sheet, but it doesn't have all the, like the damage that we took previously is all in Forge or
Okay.
Forge. This thing.
So did you use hit dice to heal up?
No, I don't know how. Do I just click on my sheet in the thing and hit short rest?
Yeah, there is a thing on the Foundry sheet. If you want to use the Foundry sheet, right under hit dice, there is a button that says S rest. You can click that, and then it'll ask you how many. You can use all of them,
Very good. And is this automatically adding points? Oh, it is.
Yep, it is.
Very good.
All right, so looks like you will be up to full.
Yee.
And then you can roll yourself into initiative.
Very good, very good.
All right, excellent. So we will check in with you in just a bit here. I'll move you back to the audience. And we're back to the top. So we are going to go and see what is up with the good doctor. We'll bring Dawson onto the stage.
Well, my days of killing are now behind me. I've got my first kill. I don't wish to do it again. And now I have learned that the best place to save lives is on a battlefield, not an office. He's gonna dash up to Lavi, syringe in hand. Gonna give her a good old stick of the good old anti-Zuggtmoy stuff.
Oh, all right. So this just automatically cures her of that hold. And so, Lavi, you're no longer under that influence.
And the doctor will just shout out to whoever needs it, primarily Charnika and Humboldt. If you need a healing, let me know. I will be over here. And then throughout his movement, he'll just duck around the corner.
Awesome.
That's it.
Sounds good. As you pop back around there, Zuggtmoy is going to take another lashing at Charnika. Pseudopod attack. Charnika is a 16 hit.
Just barely, yeah.
Just barely. Okay. She will do some damage. 23 points.
Unconscious.
And Charnika goes down unconscious. All right. That'll bring us to Galileo. Bring Cliff onto the stage here. So you just watch the back of the form of Zuggtmoy as a second tendril kind of unwinds from her body and slams down onto Charnika, dropping her to the floor.
Oh no, no! Galileo, he runs down here and don't do that. And he'll cast a tidal wave.
All right.
I believe
And-
that's a Dex saving throw.
All right. Dex saving throw. At advantage for her. A 23. So she'll make the save. But takes half damage. All right. Anything else on your turn? You just see the water. Much of it gets seemingly absorbed by the plant life around her, but enough of it makes its way to her form and kind of drops her. You see some of like the fungal tissue kind of drop off of her form, but she's looking relatively still intact.
And still firing an arrow at her as well. One of my and that will be 22.
All right, that'll hit.
And that is +4, so that's seven damage. Then.
All right. One of her tendrils is going to strike then at you, Galileo, at the end of your turn.
That is the end of my turn.
Critical hit.
Oh no.
39 points of damage.
I am down.
So Zuggtmoy is just unleashing these tendrils. Drop, and she's just kind of rotating from her fungal garden that she created right there with her spell, and just dropping each of these individuals. And so, probably Lavi, as you were being healed by the good doctor, your enthrallment of her turns quickly to terror. We will now turn to... Oh wait, we need to do a spin on the wheel. Because she took some damage. We're getting down to it. Who do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 player characters left to see. But unfortunately, it is a villainous character that is going to come in. And actually, this is something that is going to follow right in... not actually... doesn't actually literally follow Thorwald and Herc, but from another one of the... there's several teleportation circles in each node. And you all feel a brisk, cold... torrent of air kind of rush in. At first, you think it's just maybe a little bit of the magic of the teleporter from the instance where you warped in, but there's a cyclone that drops in right behind you two, which looks something this. So I am going to get that added to the initiative here. And roll that in. Looks like it's coming in towards the bottom of the round. And Zuggtmoy at the end of that round. Oh no, she redid her thing. I'm going to tell you what. We're going to take a quick break here. I'd like to take a bio break and refill my coffee. So we'll take a 5-minute break right here. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We will be right back. And when we pick up, we will see what's going on with Teasley. And then Lavi, you're going to be on deck. So thanks everybody. We'll be right back.
Of darkness, rid me forever of this enemy who stands between me and my destiny. I plead, I implore.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us here on a Saturday morning, now turned afternoon. We are playing our Temple of Elemental Evil finale. This has been over a year now, year-long campaign, started last May, and it all boils down to this. Final confrontation with the module's main villain, Zuggtmoy, the Demon Queen, who was imprisoned at the Temple of Elemental Evil. The crew is filtering in. They have the pieces that they need to destroy the Golden Skull almost assembled. Halfway there, the Golden Skull, currently in the hands of Absalom, has been fitted with the Water Gem and the Fire Gem. We're still waiting on 2 of those pieces to fully complete it and destroy it. And yeah, so where we last left off, Zuggtmoy has just dropped both Galileo and Charnika, and seems to be intent on probably moving through the rest of the party. And we're going to first check in with Teasley down in the corner, having just got up. I think Teasley is probably going to head over here and mention something to Absalom. Well, we'll have an Arcana check maybe happen quick first. Let's see. Would the players be okay with a reroll on that potentially? This is for some knowledge that maybe Teasley has gleaned over the time that he's spent with it. Depending on what the roll is here, how much he'll say. We'll do a reroll there. Okay. Teasley's going to say that he believes in order to destroy the Golden Skull once it's fitted with all of the gems, that it's going to take magical damage, like spell damage particularly, to damage this thing. And so he goes over to share that knowledge and does a dodge action. And that's going to bring us to Lavi. So I'm going to bring Jenna up on the stage here. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
So, yeah, the last thing that you saw was just Zuggtmoy is just kind of spinning, sort of, just surveying, and tendrils continue to kind of unwind off of her cloak. And you would assess that you're, like, within range of that.
Yeah. And it is Char and someone else was down. I don't think I could do anything about it, but just to reiterate, like, who is down at the moment?
It is Charnika and Galileo.
Galileo, okay. Yeah, I don't have anything. Okay, I just needed to double check that. Okay, in that case, that makes what I'm doing easier. She's going to hobble on this way. It's a bit laggy on my end. Oh, the game's paused. That's why.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. 5, 10, 15. Wait, 5, 10, 15. Okay, so I'm gonna go there for now. Would I have enough knowledge to gauge whether I'm still in range or not?
Yeah, because she'll attack you. Attack of opportunity as you move away.
Oh.
Probably at about like 15 feet or so, or sorry, 10 feet or so is where the range of that. So she lashes out an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
21 points of damage.
Well, I'm down.
The Lavi drops down.
Damage. Alright, well, that makes things easier. I'm down.
And at the end of your turn,
Humbled Shrink.
she's
That's
going.
right.
Humbled shrinks at a very poor time as she's going to attack him at the end of your turn.
Alrighty.
And one tendril attack at Humboldt. I'll use a DM reroll on that. I don't think that's going to hit. And even if it does, I guess she's still re-rolling it because 24 to hit. And 20 points of damage to Humboldt. As we turn now to Thorwald. We'll bring Thorwald up onto the stage.
As mayhem occurs around him, he couldn't see or care less. He's got eyes only for the Lady of Fungi. So he just steps to her, takes out Longsword, activate it as a bonus action, flames, and then he will try to hit her.
Sounds good. Charging forward with your sword wreathed in flame. She's attacking Humboldt, but you see a shift in her attention as you become the shiny object in the room. And you charge right into the fungal growth. Alright, a 24 will hit.
She takes 24 points of damage, but if she's got resistance to fire, then we have to see at
We do have to talk about that. Yep.
Okay.
So the fire will be halved.
Okay, so the fire is 12 plus 7 is going to be 19.
Gotcha. All right.
And then, as he swings at her with the flaming lungs, he already says, "This is for Aaron." And then he's going to lash again at her with a second attack. And he is going to use a reroll.
Okay, reroll activated.
And here we go.
Very nicely done.
So he did not roll the crit. So do you want me to just double this one or reroll?
However you want to do it. You know, just making sure that you've doubled your dice.
Yeah, I'll reroll and then I will halve the
fire.
The fire, yeah. So okay, so this is going to be 3 plus 6, 3. So that's going to be a 6, unfortunately. And then this one is going to be a 12. So it's a total of another 21 hit points.
21, okay.
And she swings that one, is going to say, "And this is for Lysia."
All right. You definitely can feel satisfaction as you cleave through and start, like, making some noticeable damage. A lot of the lichen from her cloak is dropping off. You can see her almost kind of recoil a bit as you strike at her. And she loses concentration for a moment on keeping the gates sealed, and perhaps more your comrades come through. Anything else from Thorwald?
No, it's got action, movement, and bonus action. That's all he can do.
All right. So we will turn now to the Wheel of Fate. Take a spin. Let us see what happens next. Fortunately, we are going to have another creature enter. This time from the water node. And those of you that participated in that particular session will probably recognize this creature, as it was lurking and walking and helped you out in attacking one of the hag's minions, I believe. I'm misremembering that. You can let me know. But this is one of those Umber Hulk-esque creatures that was sort of at the bottom of the node. Voracious teeth. It's got kind of eyes, these buggy-like eyes like the Umber Hulk, and big pincers that rise off of its mouth, and webbed feet. Yeah, kind of. I think I described crab people as that. But this would not be the same thing then. I'm just misremembering. This is one of the Umber Hulk looking things. So that creature, I don't have like a good token thing for it, so I'll put this thing here, and let's see. Maybe I can like improv a token real quick. That's the nice thing with Foundry. There are a few of these little tools where you can kind of pull something together relatively quick on the fly. Okay. All right. So we got a token right back here on the fire node, or the water node, and we will have that thing roll itself into initiative. All right. And with that, Thorwald Zuggtmoy is going to strike at you as you charge forward. And a 25 to hit. Dealing you 25 points of damage. And then that will bring us to Absalom. So I'm going to bring Winston onto the stage here.
Okay. I will turn to Teasley and say, Teasley, you can like turn invisible and stuff, right? Alex, Teasley has invisibility, right? Would I know that?
I mean, Teasley will say he's used a lot of stuff. So no spell slots remaining.
Uh-oh.
I just have to see the sorcery points. I know he used at least 2 sorcery points. I'll say he has 2 sorcery points left. I don't know that that's enough because invisibility is a level 2 spell.
Yeah, I think it needs 3.
I think it would need 3, yeah.
Or 4. Never mind. You're useless. So I will just, I'll go running around the corner. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'll get to this point, and I'm popping around the corner. Do I have advantage for my stealth check earlier to toss a dagger?
Sure.
Alright, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out my other not cursed dagger, give it a fateful kiss, and I'm going to toss it. So, like, you really are not cursed. And let me roll. Come on, Foundry. Alright, this will be with advantage. And also Thorwald is there, so we should get some sneak attack.
Would you like to reroll?
I don't know what happened, but yes. There it is. Yes, definitely rerolling. Wow, with advantage.
Yeah, that's sort of incredible.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Trying again. This is a magical dagger, too. It's a +1.
21 will hit.
21 will hit. Okay. My Foundry's chugging, so give me a second. Alright, so with a level 5, or what are we, level 6? Level 5 rogue? That's 3d6, right? 3d6 snake?
I can't confirm that, but it sounds right.
That sounds right to me. If it's not, we'll take a d6 off later. So just I wing the dagger.
All right, it like cracks through what you sort of perceive as some kind of skeletal, rib cage, and just plunges right into her heart. And you see her kind of squeal out in pain. Those tendrils all rise up in the air and kind of are getting ready to like slam down on whomever is around. But yeah, you do a significant amount of damage to her. It's going to prompt a roll after your turn.
Let's see. I'm taking credit if she dies in the next 10 minutes, and then I will bonus action dash. And I'm going to run up to the good doctor. And I'm going to hand him the skull.
All right.
And say, you are probably the only one who's going to not be up in people's faces getting stabbed in the eyes, so you hold on to this. 2 more gems and we can destroy it. And that's my turn.
Sounds good. That will bring us to Herc. So I am going to bring Bo, the one with the gun, onto the stage. All right. So you just saw Thorwald charge ahead to strike at the Demon Queen. Oh, yes. Sorry. Pause real quick. I need to do a roll here on the wheel. So let's see. Could either be good or bad. Here it is. Spinning the wheel of fate. And I'm going to say a reroll on that just because it's the same thing as before. Yes. So Udo from the air node, who ended up in the water node. So it is a water node encounter kind of, because that's where Udo's coming in from. So I'm going to invite Ryan up here as well real quick, just to fill us in on Udo. So Udo, you finally, after waiting a number of rounds and seeing some of your comrades get teleported into the chamber, you now are here as well. Tell us what is going on with Udo.
Yeah, Udo probably has been seeing some people around him start to disappear, and he's sort of looking at the gem that he's holding in his hand, and he's going, "Oh, it's time! It's time!" And then he looks over at Zuggtmoy, and he goes, "Oh, baby, I remember you." Ooh. And he's kind of frozen for a moment. You know, she hasn't spoken, so he hasn't heard her raspy, sexy voice yet. Is not getting memories of that brain spore that had him so compelled. But he's sort of holding the gem, and he's looking around. He doesn't really know what to do, but he's ready to do something.
And as you appear right next to this hulking monstrosity this scaly Umber Hulk creature that is right next to you, and its incisor, its big pincers, just chomping away, ready to engage with the first thing it sees. So go ahead and roll yourself into initiative, and we'll see where you end up.
Oh, nice.
All right, that's probably not bad in this context to be towards the end here, as we're in the middle of the chart here. So I'll throw you back to the audience, and we will resume the one with the guns turn.
Nice.
All right, sorry about that. So now it is your go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna bat this wind off. Would I be able to smash, and if it moves away from me, then proceed up and do the blade attack to Zuggy? Or do they have to be both done in the same place?
No, they could be split up. Yeah, so you want to attack the
Okay.
vortex?
Yeah, I think I'll try to knock it away from me so it doesn't, opportune.
Oh, you're trying to do like a shove attack kind of situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if it hits.
Go ahead and give me a strength athletics check.
Or I mean, with the butt end of the glaive, is that possible? Or do they have to be in the same spot? The polearm, other end of it, the blunt head.
Oh, okay. You're making it. Do you have like something that gives you like a shove or something as well?
Crusher, yeah, the feet, just bludgeoning.
Crusher.
It can knock the enemy if I hit.
Gotcha.
Push 'em,
I understand.
5 feet.
Yeah, go ahead and make an attack.
Did it do it?
Just hit that attack button in the chat now. I'll give you a 13 to hit. Did you want to re-roll that potentially? Yeah, 15 re-rolls.
Yeah. Yes.
It's okay. You can use it.
Oh.
All right, that will hit.
Excellent. All right, and damage root. Booyaka. Hey. And I want to try to knock him southeast 1 square.
Okay.
Like that.
So I think my foundry just got mad. So you got it was 8 points of damage. So I'll put that on there.
And knock foundry 5 feet southeast.
Yeah, I lost the map, and this is what happened before when I had to reset it. So I'll try one thing for myself to see if I can bring it back on. But I think I'm going to have to reload Foundry real quick. So sorry about that, folks. But then once I'm in, you can jump back in. All right, so you can all start coming back in, and I gotta reset up OBS. Capture this.
Should I refresh or close it up down and click the link again? Probably that, huh?
You can just refresh probably your browser. And this will kill the stream basically for a little bit here. My upload speed goes to 0 almost on Foundry. Mm-hmm. All right. So it looks like you're in at least. So I think we're probably okay for you to complete your turn. So you hit that thing, and then you wanted to like knock it over here, right?
I can't see, but southeast one.
Okay. No problem. You do that.
And then I was gonna run northeast or northwest. Stand behind Thorwald and strike at Zuggy over his head.
Okay, I'll just move you over there, and if you have like the ability to roll or whatever, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I don't see anything. Foundry's just a gray screen for me, but
you could roll like just roll in D&D Beyond or whatever you need to do. You don't have to do it in Foundry necessarily.
Okay. Yuck. Roll a 2.
Okay.
Awesome.
Did you want to re-roll that?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, there we go. 19 plus. Okay, so 20 something there.
20 something.
There's
will
a 19
hit.
on the dice, you know. And then it says equals 5. 1d10 equals 5. But then of course strength plus 4, so 9.
9 points of damage.
Yeah, cutty.
Is that a magical weapon?
No.
Okay.
Make
Unfortunately,
it so.
it doesn't seem like it does any damage.
No. I'll point at her. That was just to get your attention.
Sounds good. All right. So, coming up.
And then I'll 5-foot step back, I think, from there. Away from there.
Okay. Once you get your foundry refreshed or whatever, just feel free to move your token where you intended to be.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So coming up next is this Umber Hulk-like creature. It is. I just have to look this up in the book. I don't think it operates exactly like the Umber Hulk. So. Yeah, it doesn't have the eye thing, so the daze thing. So it's just going to make 3 attacks on Udo. I don't have this thing in Foundry quite right, so I am just going to roll an actual D20, which you'd think I'd have one, because I had them here right next to me from last night's game. All right, Udo, first attack is coming at you with the claw, which is not gonna hit. 12 to hit. Second attack is a 16 to hit. That's not gonna hit, and now it's gonna go at you with its mandible attack, and that one will hit with a 25. All right, pretty nasty. Udo, you take 20 points of piercing damage. And that is that for that particular creature. That's going to bring us up to Dane Battlehammer. I'll bring Percy onto the stage. if we've got Dane nearby.
Hi, sorry about that.
Hey, no problem.
I want to move within 60 feet of everybody and cast Mass Healing Word.
All right.
So the 3 people that are down, the doctor, probably, I think Humboldt's been hit.
Yes.
And myself. No, not myself. Has Donovan been hit?
I think he's down hit points for sure. Yeah. Go ahead and move yourself where you'd like to end up being.
Oh, I am still not in Foundry.
Okay. So let's just see. Probably don't have to go quite that far, but
5 hit points to all of those people, so I can get up to 6 people.
Up to 6.
The doctor,
okay.
The 3 that are down, Humboldt, and Donovan.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and type their names in the chat and just mention that they gain those 5 hit points, just in case some people are AFK. All right. Anything else from Dane?
Yes, he will also cast, since I can only do a cantrip, Toll of the Dead.
Okay. Wisdom save from her. 18.
That'll save.
All right. Brings us up to Humboldt.
Thanks for the heal there, Dane. That's nice. Why am I not big anymore? And as he's asking that, he'll step around Charnika, and then he will start taking a swing at Zuggtmoy. He'll be a bit reckless and use his staff and attack. First attack is going to use up one of our rerolls.
Sounds good.
20.
20 hits.
And that will do this plus this plus we're going to throw 3 of the charges behind it. So that. So it did 23 points of magical damage total on the first hit.
All right.
And then on the second hit, we're going to try again. That'll be a 29. And that'll do this. And we'll throw 3 more charges behind it. So that'll do another 27 points of damage. And then we'll try and hit her with the back end of the stick. And that'll be a 16, and I will use up one more of our rerolls. I don't think a 16 will do it. She seems tough. Will a 19 do it? And I am blessed. Will a 20 do it?
20 will hit.
20 will hit.
Marine got okay. I don't remember if I got those rerolls in there or not. But We will say, since you're questioning it, I can add some.
Got
10
it.
points.
And then I'll 10 more points of damage.
All right. Sounds good.
My stick looks exhausted.
All right. Coming up next is Donovan's turn, so we'll get Donovan in here. All right, Donovan, it is your turn.
Okay. Although not ideal, I am going to cast Shield of Faith. And
Oh, hold on. She just took damage, so I have to do a spin. So, here we go. A spin on the Wheel of Fate.
come on, PC.
Oh! I'm going to say that's Zilloff, just because we've already got plenty of things on the water node spot right now. So, we'll bring in Zilloff. And it was like right on the line. So, pause 1 second as I'm going to bring Isaac onto the stage here. All right, Zilloff, your moment is here. You're the final one from your group, I believe, to warp in. You're coming in via the fire node spot, so you're coming in like right on top of where the action is. What is going on with Zilloff as you warp in?
Work. Oh, it worked. Hey, everybody. Oh. He's gonna just, his eyes are all open at once and stare forward. With a deep, bellowing voice, he says, "Phony. Baloney."
All right, and you know what to do. You see, there's a little huddle happening just to your north where the golden skull is in the hands of the good doctor. And go ahead and roll yourself into... 1 second. Into initiative. 21. So, are you there? Okay, let me just update you with a 21. And we will check in with you in just a sec. All right. Sorry about that, Donovan. Go ahead and resume your turn.
Trying to figure out where the best place is for me to move. And that's... She hasn't... Is that area still entangled?
Yes.
Is that still difficult terrain? Okay. Well, I will move up on her, and I will attack with my longsword. I will re-roll that.
Sounds good. Uh, 20 hits.
Okay, I want less damage. $12, and I will attack again. I'm gonna use another reroll.
All right.
I hope nobody minds. Oh, that was almost a 20. And then the bless. 19.
That will change the fates, and that'll hit.
And damage.
All right. Very good.
I will holler out to everybody to rally to me. I want everybody to know. I mean, mechanically, within 10 feet of me, you get bonuses to saving throws, if that matters to anybody, if you can get within 10 feet of me. So.
All right. Then we've got another spin that's going to happen here. All right, another air vortex is going to pop in through the air node. And that will bring us to Sargon's turn. And Sargon is going to move over here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And shoot a chill touch at one of these vortexes. And he will hit. Dealing 8 points of damage to the one that was already in existence. So that one's looking pretty... The force of the vortex is winding down a bit. Brings us to one of the one that just got hit. The vortex there is going to move. Kind of chase after Sargon. And it will use its engulf ability. Which is... Actually, I'm sorry, I forgot how this thing works. I'm going to whip around. It's going to move through Teasley's space. Teasley will do a Dex saving throw. And fail. I guess it's up to the chat. Do you want Teasley to re-roll this? They say sure. So here we go. Second try. Makes it. And so with a success, he's just pushed aside. And the vortex moves through that space. And it's going to move through Sargon's space. He fails. It's then going to move into Herc's space. Give me a dexterity saving throw. So this vortex is just like kind of like a tornado. Just it's moving and causing a path of destruction in its wake. So Herc, an 8. Tell me, would you like to re-roll that or not? Go ahead. Okay, unfortunately, that is going to hit you. So both you and Sargon here are engulfed in the vortex, which is going to end its turn like right here. So you're both caught up in it, and you're knocking together, and you're both blinded and restrained as you're in this. It's picking up all the dirt and grime that it has carried with it, and so while you're inside the vortex, you are blinded and restrained, and you take a little bit of damage here. Herc, you take 4 points of damage. And it will stop its movement right there. Okay, looks like you've got a heal coming in from the chat from Maureen. A Blessing of St. Cuthbert. Let us know, Maureen, who would you like to give that to? Go ahead and type it in the chat. We're going to move, though, next to Udo. Bring Ryan onto the stage.
All right. So I think Udo is going to have to attack this big Umber Hulk creature in front of him here. So he's going to reach out and touch someone with his magical longsword. $20.
20 hits.
Right. And then it's going to be the one-handed damage, and he's also going to release his Fire Shackle rune on this as well. So let me do that. So with the Fire Shackles, they have to pass a DC 12 strength savings throw.
All right, he fails.
Okay, so the target will take 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. It can repeat the savings throw at the end of each of its.
Okay, sounds good. I'm making a note about that here.
And then Udo's got another attack also, so he's going to attack with his longsword again. $21.
That hits.
And it's the one-handed damage there.
All right.
And then for his bonus action, he is going to do a second wind to get back some of his hit.
Sounds good.
Nice. Awesome.
Ooh, all right, 15.
Yes, that's a happy day. Awesome. That's all Udo can do. He's gonna yell out, "Where's the skull? Where's the stuff?"
And you see it over here, being held by the good doctor.
I guess with a little movement, I'm just gonna move around to the other side of this Umberhold creature, staying within its range, kind of like there.
Okay, sounds good. So
And that's it.
It's going to be some Zuggtmoy. Those spores on her body are going to pop once more. So those of you that are within 20 feet of Zuggtmoy, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw if you have not already succeeded on this saving throw from her mind control spores. Drinking the potion to heal yourself does not count. So, I believe Charnika, you would still need to make this saving throw. But basically, I'm going to put a ring up here to show who needs to do this. So if you're within that circle I just drew, you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, sir. So it's if I've exceeded on making a save before, do I roll, or if it's just if you have the vaccination?
It's if you've made the saving throw before.
Okay. Yeah, I was in the group last time.
Okay. So then you're good. Okay, Zilloff makes it. Herc is, I think, not in range of Donovan's aura, correct? Herc, do you want to use a reroll? All right, Herc, you are going to end up being enthralled by her. So you're charmed by Zuggtmoy currently. Let's see. Have Dane done I think Donovan's immune to it, but Dane and Gabe, have you done it? Have you made the saving throw this round or in this combat? And then there's a +3 on that for Dane. Would you like to reroll? Reroll, okay. Okay, you got it, Dane. I think the only other one I'm questioning there would be from Thorwald. But there might be something I'm not aware of. Or he's AFK. Oh, he is a paladin. Immune also. Okay, gotcha. Sounds good. So that happens, and then Zuggtmoy is going to lash out with her tendrils. Where will she direct this? I think she's going to direct at least one or two of them at Donovan. So first attack is at Donovan. A 16 will not hit. Let's spend that last DM reroll that was there. Add a little pressure here. Oh, and it was a reroll well spent. Critical hit. That's going to be 33 points of damage coming at Donovan. And then a second attack on Donovan. It is magical, yes. The second one is a 23 to hit, which I don't know if that's a hit or a miss. Miss. Okay. It's then going to direct going to direct a swing at Humbled. Oof. It has advantage. Okay. Oh no, another crit. $52 points. There's some calculating happening. Still awake. It will take a second swing then. With advantage. Okay. 30 to hit. And here's the Kadunk. 28 points of damage. And that is her turn. Charnika, you are up. I think we believe Humboldt might be down. We'll confirm that. Charnika, what are you up to?
I'm just kind of getting up from last time. Is Humboldt down? That'll determine what I do.
Yep,
Yeah.
unconscious.
So she kind of gets up and is looking around like, wait, how am I up again? She's like, wait, is Dane alive? And then Humboldt goes down beside her and she's like, oh shit. Just turns around and I'm just gonna use my action to give him the healing potion I have.
Okay.
Which is 2d4 plus 2. So do I roll that or does he?
Yeah, you can roll it. You're using the action. You can do it.
You get 6 points back on both. I use... I'll just say where I am.
Okay.
That's fine.
And at this point, I'm going to say that Zuggtmoy is so focused on just dealing with how many of you have slipped through that this is the point where we're going to see Noki and sorry, I'm blanking on my other Eustace, I think maybe is the other one that's out there. So I'm going to pull the two of you into chat here. Bringing in Maureen, and I'm going to bring in Orion. I believe you're both the both of you are coming from the air node originally. Truly coming from the water node, but you had explored and found the gem from the air node initially. So let's start. Noki, what is going on for you in those moments where you teleport in? And apologies if you're talking, I'm not able to hear you. Right, I think Marine, maybe you're working out the mic situation. We'll move over to Orion. Want to tell us a little bit about what's going on with Eustace as he warps in?
Hey everyone. So I think the crew that went to the air node and wound up in the water node has maybe had a similar experience to Dane Battlehammer, minus all the death. We've spent the past 8 or 12 hours chilling in a magically conjured paradise from an item that we found. It was restful, peaceful. Had a delicious and healthy breakfast to start the day off right. And then, one by one, saw our friends begin to fade into transparency and knew that the time had arrived. So Eustace had plenty of time to spruce himself up with his mask of many faces. And so he'll be a full Unseelie Court representative here in dark blue robes with star patterns and the ice blue accents as he strolls in robes and a cloak and wand drawn, ready to join these heroes for a last hurrah.
Awesome. And you warp into this chamber of black stone underneath the massive form of this watery form Umber Hulk, and you step out in front of it just as you warp in. Let's check, Maureen, are you maybe got mic working? If not, no problem. As long as you're in Foundry, just go ahead and roll yourselves into initiative. That's okay. We can manage it through text if it isn't working. So, okay, Noki's in the initiative order, and Eustace is as well. Okay, so we will check in with the two of you in just a little bit here. And with that, it's going to bring us to the top of the order, which means this other vortex that just warped in is gonna take its turn. And it's going to kind of play quarterback, or it's going to kind of play defensive back here. And it's going to move through Noki's spot, and it's going to move through Orion, your spot with Eustace getting caught in the vortex as well. I need the two of you to please make for me dexterity saving throws as it moves through your spaces. Eustace is good. And then Noki, whenever you get a chance there, dexterity saving throw. Here it comes. A 7. Would you like to use a reroll? Chat is encouraging you to do so. All right, cool. Unfortunately, that one also is a fail. It's so Noki, just as soon as you warp into the situation, this vortex washes right over you and engulfs you, and you get banged around a bit, and you're going to end up taking 3 points of damage, and you're blinded and restrained by the vortex. That's going to bring us around to Zilof's turn. Bring Isaac onto the stage here to see what's up with Zilof.
Okay. Zilof is still looking ahead at Zuggtmoy. Sees this vortex kind of swooping up on his left-hand side. He is going to say, "Finally, I see you in the fungal flesh, you big faker." He's going to disengage, take flight with his wing boots, move over. As he's doing that, he will bonus action cast Hex on Zuggtmoy. We'll say strength saving throws.
Okay.
Or not strength checks. And he will free action drop as he's hovering above the doctor. Free action drop the stone.
Sounds
down.
Good. Does Zilof understand Abyssal?
Let's see. Take Abyssal. No, he doesn't. He has comprehend languages, but he would have to cast that.
So you just hear like her in Abyssal speech, just kind of this raspy, this guttural whispering that probably to the desensitized Zilof isn't too terrifying to listen to, but everybody else is
it's
cringing.
Quite nice.
Yeah. So that is that. Anybody who does, and I'll just say, anybody who does understand Abyssal will understand that Zuggtmoy just called back and said, "Coward." If I am such a phony, it'll hurt even further when you're enslaved to me. And then you fly over, drop the gem, and at the end of your turn, Zuggtmoy is going to use a legendary action to make a tendril attack at Donovan. But a 20 will miss. All right. That will bring us next to the good doctor's turn. We will invite the good doctor here onto the stage.
Yes, I've been summoned. My God, Siliph, what the hell happened to you? It's been literally a month. Being the very knowledged and careful person who keeps looking around, so I pick up the gem that Siliph dropped and use action to put that in the skull. Real quick. With his bonus action, he's gonna look around because half his people he has no idea. He has never met them. He's gonna see if he can see anyone who would have the gem.
Yeah, I think Udo maybe indicated that he has it.
Oh, Absalom, I think it's your turn next. And Udo, is that your name? You may want to throw it in here. Yep. And he's just gonna just back up just a little bit more.
All right.
And that's it. I mean, that's all I can really do. I guess hide. Can I hide? I'm a rogue, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'll say you can do that. So,
I am the rogue. I can hide.
You are
just to get away from Zuggtmoy, you know.
Yeah. She knows you're there,
with
but you feel like you're being pretty quiet. Very good. So, at this point, the Golden Skull has been fitted with the aquamarine square gemstone from the water node, the carnelian gemstone from the earth node, and the garnet, star-shaped garnet from the fire node. And it only needs the smoky quartz that is in Udo's possession to complete the Golden Skull, and then onto the task of destroying it. And you could probably all hear that Sargon is trying to yell or scream something out at you all. But at the end of Dr. Heinrich's turn, Zuggtmoy again is going to continue to try to lash out at Donovan with the pseudopod. But again, misses. Coming up next is going to be Galileo's turn. Oh, Maureen, just okay. Cutting words, is that go ahead and roll and like direct that to who would get that back. Or is cutting words off of the attack roll? I don't know. Tell me in the chat like what's going down. I'm gonna keep this moving along though. So the next person up is going to be Galileo. So pull Cliff here on the stage.
Okay. Galileo kind of comes out of his coma there a little bit, and realizes he's too close to the action here. He's going to use his ability as a furball to his hidden step, which will turn him invisible.
Okay.
And he's going to move away from the tentacles over to about here.
Okay.
And then he's going to take his last spell and cast Moonbeam again on top of.
All right, we'll just throw this back over here. All right, very good.
And can I still use my second shape ability to turn back into the starry form? And
Yeah,
then fire
it's a bonus
another
action.
arrow?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so I'm going to. Okay, now I'm going to fire that. I'm going to fire the arrow at the this air node, this air
The vortex.
tornado that's closest to me.
Okay.
There.
Sounds good. All right, it hits.
All right, and the damage is that's plus a 4, so 9 damage.
All right, it almost looks like it nearly drops them, but is still clanging together Herc and Sargon. All right, anything else, Galileo?
No, that'll be all.
All right, Zuggtmoy again, frustrated, takes another swing at Donovan, but doesn't hit. Teasley will move up 5, 10, 15. See this vortex here and take a shot with Firebolt. And we'll try to convert that Firebolt into a different energy source. We'll try to change it into... we'll say a lightning strike. Ooh, nat 1, but it's the halfling thing triggered. So 21 hits. Deals some shocking damage, which grips the tornado, and it just kind of dissipates, dropping Herc and Sargon. And at this point, Sargon yells out to the crew that once the Golden Skull is assembled, it must be hit with damage from spells of each of the 4 elemental types. And those of you that are spellcasters that at some point during the node acquired the knowledge of how to change the element types of your spells might be able to employ that here to help expedite the destruction of the Golden Skull. That's going to bring us next to Lavi. I'll bring Jenna up onto the stage here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks to the kind folks who have healed me, I live. She will stand up, and I'm gonna go with that. Let's see, how far am I from... Okay, she shouldn't be able to reach me now. Should be okay.
Yeah, you feel like you're out of her reach at this point.
Awesome. I am going to use my last first level spell. to cast Witch Bolt. Hopefully. 12. I don't think that's gonna hit. Are people okay if I use a?
They will be. Down to 9. This is on
Yeah.
Zuggtmoy, or
on Zuggtmoy, yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me try one more time. Ah, come on!
Unfortunately, does not hit.
My Witch Bolt. I told you not to reroll. Oh no. Dang. Okay. She's gonna whimper and just move further away. Whenever the game gets unpaused, I'm gonna move away. But that'll be it for her.
Okay. Yeah. Feel free whenever it catches up, or if you have to refresh or something, you can do so and put yourself where you'd like to be.
All right. I'll end up. What I think I'm gonna do is if something happens that of the Doctor and Absalom, so like right there. But until I can move there. Perfect.
I can put you over there.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. At the end of Lavi's turn, another strike from Zuggtmoy. Stubbornly trying to hit Donovan. The crit fail. So we roll a d6. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Go. And it is indeed a failure. Where are my cards? 1 second. All right, here we go. On the rebound, the weapon bounces off your target and strikes you in the face. Disadvantage on the next attack. So, very good. Coming up next, Thorwald. Bring Gabe onto the stage here.
Here we go. He will move a little bit closer to Donovan, because he knows he's got the special paladin aura to him, and continue to try to smack at Zuggtmoy. It has worked so far, so he doesn't know why it shouldn't work anymore. He will use a reroll on that roll.
Sounds good.
Ah, that's much better.
That will hit.
Okay, so that's not 20, is actually... Okay, there is something wrong with the formula. I see he rolled an 8 on the d8. That should be a plus 5, so that's already a 13 there. But instead of 7 fire, it's only 3, so it's a 16 total.
16 total, okay.
Yes, and then it's going to attack again with the second attack. Coming, I think. I'm gonna use another reroll if people don't scream at me.
I think they will be fine with that.
Attack. Normal. No, what is that? What is a D6? What is going on here? No. I must have rolled, clicked on the wrong one. Give me 1 second. Normal. Okay. And that's gonna be a miss.
Sounds good.
That's it.
All right, coming up next is Absalom. Bring Winston on.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I couldn't tell. So I'm going to try to do some stuff, Alex. You can tell me if this is possible or not. With all the actions and free actions and whatnot. I would like to grab the skull from the doctor first.
Sure.
I'll just say, I guess I have to do everything around here. And so I'll step up, grab the skull from the doctor, and then I will use the rest of my movement to move over next to Udo. I'm having trouble with the game being paused as well, so I'm just going to imagine I'm standing right next to him.
Sure.
And say, Udo, give me our gem. And I would like to use my action to put the gem in.
Absolutely. You put the gem in, the final one, the smoky quartz, and each of those 4 gemstones begins to illuminate, and just like they're like beams of light that kind of like emanate out from it. And there's sort of like almost like a ring of like metallic filament around the skull that lights up just sort of this brilliant purple energy.
Okay, if I step in one of these portals, will it take me into one of the nodes? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What I'll do is I'll use the rest of my turn. Like, do you have those maps prepared, Alex?
I do.
And be like, all right, I'm out of here, suckers. No, I'm gonna use the rest. I'm using my bonus action to dash over to Teasley and just say, Teasley, shoot this up with like fire and lightning and stuff. And that's my turn. I'm gonna refresh.
Sounds good. Coming up next is Herc. I bring the one with the gun onto the stage. So, Bo, last we left Herc, he was gripped by the vortex, but you are now free and unrestrained. What would you like to do?
Man, it's probably unwise to remind you of this, but I think I fell in love with Zuggtmoy, didn't I?
Oh, yes, that is right.
So I guess I'll stare at her, and Herc will bat his eyelashes at her flirtatiously, and then proceed to do whatever you tell him to do.
Yeah, she, it's not direct control necessarily that she takes of you, but she does with like her elongated finger kind of beckon you forward. And yeah, there are hearts all around her, like you do want to do that. And so you move forward, and they're just kind of standing next to her. It's not necessarily that you see your friends as enemies, it's that you see her as a friend. So I'm going to say you are enticed to move towards her, but is there any action that you would like to do, RPing through, that you are smitten?
Let me see. Okay, so I see her as a friend, but I still see my friends as friends.
Yeah, and you might be annoyed with them or upset with them that they're trying to strike this lovely figure before you.
Thorwald, still your blade. Put that away. What are you thinking? You cannot strike this woman. And I guess I'll just try to put his blade away if possible, or move my own blade in the way.
Sure.
And try to parry you.
Sure. Sounds good. So we're gonna move then next to the Umber Hulk creature. And that creature is going to attack again Udo. So 3 attack. Go. And let's see. One of them definitely misses. My next lowest one is a 22 to hit. Does that hit Udo? I'm not sure. I think it does. No, okay. My next one is a 25 to hit. I'm almost certain that hits. That's going to be 15 points of damage. Oh, the creature is restrained. Okay. And he takes 2d6 fire damage. You want to roll that 2d6 for me, Udo? Six points. Okay. And then at the end of its turn, it gets to make the saving throw, correct? And it will roll a... I just gotta check this one. Rolled a 14. So it's a 19 total. Okay, so it breaks free of the shackles of flame that you had tied to it. That's going to bring us next to Dane. So bring Percy onto the stage here.
So you were talking about certain damage types affect the skull. Would Dane know anything about that?
Only that Sargon mentioned that.
But he didn't mention what type.
So meaning elemental. There's not necessarily damage types, but like earth, water, fire, air.
And I believe our group never figured out that you could change.
It would have to be only arcane spellcasters who had certain types of spells were even prompted for the role.
I will do what I was going to do in the first place. And Dane is going to call upon the powers of Marden. He is going to upcast his guiding bolt. I will use a reroll for that.
Sounds good.
I don't think that hits. 18 hit.
18 hits. Oh, and some more rerolls are coming in, so we're back up to 11 rerolls.
So 16 damage.
16 damage.
Axe gets advantage.
Okay. That is going to bring us to Humbled. So, thanks, Dane. Bring Casey onto the stage, and thank you for the DM reroll.
So, Humboldt gets knocked down, gets a healing potion. Starcher looks up, sees Charnika there. He's like, "Boy, suppose I deserve this, but I figured they'd keep the pretty ones outside the gates and get the ugly ones in for tour." Oh, that's you, Charnika. Guess I'm not done yet. And then he sort of gets up and picks up his stick and gets angry for potentially the last time, and then starts swinging at the big lady again. We'll go reckless, and we will swing, and it is a staff. And 22?
22 hits.
Plus a bonus, but I don't need it at the moment. And that'll be normal damage. And then this damage. For a total of 15 on the first hit. Yep.
All right.
And then it'll be second attack at advantage. 27 plus a d4, but that's don't need it. And then it'll be this for the second hit. Another 11. And then for the back end of the staff, the advantage. It'll be a 26.
Hits.
And it'll be this one. For another 12 points of damage. And he's just like sitting there like, I just trying to smack at the mushroom lady.
All right. She is still up and seems quite voracious in her attacks. That will bring us over to Donovan.
All right. Donovan, after having fended off 4 pseudopod attacks with his shield, is going to attempt to knock her prone, as he says to her, "Nice try."
Strength. Oh, I see. It's on an attack roll. So. Yes. And disadvantage on the check. That's right. All right.
Oh, I am blessed. Does that come into play here?
Yep. Oh, why didn't that come through again? Sorry, 1 second. Oh, I see. I did the wrong one. Okay, so I had a 20 was disadvantage.
Okay. All right. So he attempts to hit her with his shield. Doesn't work. So longsword strike.
She is going to use a reaction and throw her, and Herc goes and is going to. Let me just read this again.
I do have a bless. I'll go ahead and roll. So
Okay.
that's a 27 on the hit.
All right, so Herc lunges forward and takes that blow for her. Go ahead and roll your damage. And so 13 points of damage to Herc as you leap forward to defend your lady.
Take my second attack.
All right, 25 will hit.
It's a 27. And then I am going to damage. And I'm going to throw my second level spell slot Smite. So this is 4d8 added onto it, I believe. Confirm that for me, Alex.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I am spending my last second level spell slot to Smite. So I think it's 2d8, 3d8. It's 2d8, and then second level makes it 3d8, and then she's a fiend, so that adds another d8, I
That's
believe.
true.
So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So 4d8. So there is another 16, so 24 total damage.
Ooh, all right. Oh, man. So I see that Albinosaurus Jones just redeemed Wandering Encounter.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm going to say, rather than adding another creature, I'm going to say this is going to rejuvenate Zuggtmoy. And have her recover a bit of hit points. And that will be Albinosaurus Jones. You good with that? Me handling it that way. All right. So that is that. It's now going to be Noki's turn. So I'm going to bring Marine onto the stage here. All
Hello.
right. Hello.
It's not. Is my mic working this time?
It is. I can hear you.
Wonderful. So Noki immediately, of course, got swept up into this funnel thing. It still has no clue what is going on except for can see everybody out there. So what do I need to do in order to get out of here and do something?
You could make either an acrobatics or a strength check.
Okay, so let me do one of those. And I think... Oh, there's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Let's see. Like that one. Did it work?
It did. Yeah, you're able to wrest yourself free with a 21. No problem. So we'll say you pop... Yep, there you go.
I am free, and I'm going to frantically look around and see if there's anybody out there that needs help from me first. Is there anybody out there who needs it?
In terms of inspiration?
In terms of either inspiration or healing, I can do both.
Oh, I mean, probably just about everybody needs, like, a little bit of a heal, but I don't think anyone's down, so...
Okay.
Now, the Golden Skull, of course, is going to be key to probably ending this. And,
Unfortunately, Nucky has 0 elemental spells.
Gotcha. Okay.
Otherwise, he would do something.
Not a problem.
So I'm thinking that the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and give inspiration to Thorwald, wherever the heck he is.
Sure.
First
He's
thought.
over here.
Okay. Am I close enough? I don't know.
I think it's 60 feet, so you should be okay.
I'm totally close enough, so yes, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and move myself over to away from... Okay, so am I engaged still with this?
Yeah, if you move away from it, it will potentially try to attack you.
Okay, well, crud. Can't disengage it. Oh, yes, I can. I'm going to go ahead and disengage since I took a bonus action to do the Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, your action would have been escaping from the vortex.
Oh, the action was
Yeah.
escaping from the vortex. Okay, well then I guess I'm going to stand here and hope for the best.
Okay, sounds good. We will move now to bring Eustace to the stage. All right, so Eustace, it is your turn.
All right. Well, that's been quite a crazy turn of events. In Eustace's periphery, he can see like kind of some mandibles and claws going on. He remembers that from the crystal room, I think on level 2, and is not going to look in that thing's direction. Looking over in Zuggtmoy's direction, besides Herc, does it look like several other of the companions are like kind of fawning at her at all?
It does not. It's just this one individual who we don't even recognize.
Okay, yeah. Doesn't seem like too much of a problem. Eustace will call out a word of power and disappear in a puff of mist and reappear 30 feet away. I think right here next to Teasley. And I hope this is right, but he will begin casting a spell. So that was Misty Step, sorry. So as a bonus action. And I think I'll throw that in there. And then casting another spell, he will speak a few more magic words, and his hand will crackle with lightning, and he'll cast Shocking Grasp on the Golden Skull.
Perfect. You can see the gemstone, the smoky quartz. It's still inside the Golden Skull, but you see it like crack, and like that whole section on the side of the skull kind of starts to kind of like implode and indent a little bit. And you all feel kind of like a shake, a tremor through the chamber, and Zuggtmoy herself seems to almost kind of stumble a bit as you do that.
All right, and he'll end his turn there and just call out to Teasley that lightning was the only one I've got, so I hope you brought the fire and the others.
And just as you were saying that, Sargon will move over, and he casts a spell. He reaches out, grabs the skull, and casts a chill, not a chill touch, but what does he have? Frostbite. You see it do the same exact thing to the other side of the skull, where the aquamarine from the water node cracks, and this kind of spiderweb pattern breaks over it. And again, the other side of the chamber tremors, and you just see Zuggtmoy almost like doing a boxing match with an invisible opponent, like getting hit, and she's stumbling around. So 2 down. And that's going to bring us over to Udo. I'm going to bring Ryan on stage here.
All right. Cool. So I think first off, as a bonus action, Udo's going to Giant's Might. So he will get real big, he will get advantage on strength checks and strength savings throws, and he'll be able to add an extra d6 once per turn to his damage. And then he is going to do what he does, which is reach out and touch this Umber Hulk beast with his first with his long sword. And I will re-roll that. It's not going to help. But he gets another attack. Does 17 hit?
17. I believe he does. Let me just double check. No, it does not.
It does not.
To reroll?
Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Ah, 20. Is that better?
20 is better. Yep.
Okay, so it's going to take the one-handed damage here. So that'll be 8 magical damage, and then he'll attack with his offhand as well with his Warhammer +2. I think that hits.
14 will miss. Unless you want to use a reroll.
I think I already burned 2 this turn. I'll let somebody else burn the rest. Yeah, that's it. That's all he's got.
All right.
Oh wait, I get to add 1d6 to the. Did I hit one time this turn?
You did. Yep.
Okay, so I get to add 1d6 to that. 4.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Still got quite a bit of strength, it seems, but all of the damage to this thing has basically been from Udo just soloing. So, awesome. That's going to bring us to Zuggtmoy. Zuggtmoy is going to make a few attacks here. Round the clock. First one at Humboldt. First one at 29 to hit. 23 points. One attack at Charnika. A 23 to hit Charnika. And 19 damage to Charnika. Okay, Udo is using a reaction on the air rune. The only thing I'm going to question on that is how close they have to be. That's the cloud rune. I think it's within 30 feet of you. Yes, Moonbeam. Very good. Thank you. Let's do the con save on the Moonbeam. At advantage. She will make that one, Galileo, but you can roll your damage. She'll take half. Going along around the horn here, she is next going to attack Thorwald. Critical hit on Thorwald. Yes, I believe Humboldt and Cherry would be down. $43 points of damage to Thorwald. And it looks like on this fourth one, when a creature you see hits a target other than you within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage. Alright, Dane, let us know who you're doing that. Reducing Thorwald's damage by 10, okay. Or no. Let us know what happens. Okay. I'm going to go here to the Moonbeam damage was 10, so she's going to take 5 points. Okay, so 7 points off of the damage that you're taking, Thorwald. Does that change anything for you? Nope, okay. Alright, still down. So the next pseudopod attack is going at Dane. A 30 to hit. Dealing 23 points of damage to Dane Battlehammer. Alright, what a round. We're going to bring Cherry onto the stage here. And so, Cherry, is it correct that you would be at 0 hit points?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make my death save. The player listed getting in the way of me being able to click this thing.
I think we're all rooting for you to roll that d20 and get a 20, because then you could have a turn potentially.
No, but it is 11.
It is an 11, so one success. Why don't, on your turn here, why don't you tell us, as you kind of see your life almost like flash before your eyes, what would be maybe a scene or something for Cherry that she's seeing? Like,
Cherry kind of as it kind of goes black again, just has a sudden reminder of home and the orchard, and just this thought in her head that is, shit, I'm never going to get to go back. And then she goes knocked unconscious.
well, apparently, chat, here is telling me that there was a net 20 that was redeemed at some point. I will believe that because I have not been paying attention. So, 1 hit point. You're conscious. What would you like to do?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just take a swing, I guess. Kind of.
All right.
Gets back up and is like, "Oh, okay." Get knocked down and up again and down again and up again. Let's see if we can hit. See with the staff again. If that went through. No, it didn't. Okay. That is 19 plus 9, so 28, I think.
Herc, she uses a reaction, has Herc lunge again in front of that attack for
Oh
her.
my god.
So you can roll your damage against Herc.
Alright. Should I make the other roll to hit for the second half of the... Because she can attack twice on an attack, or just do the damage first?
Do the damage first.
Okay. 5 damage.
All right, not too bad, Herc. You just take 5 points. And then you can make that extra attack.
Six.
All right, that will hit.
Does Herc jump in front again?
He doesn't. He took that strike, and you see Herc. There's like this unholy something controlling him. He's just kind of like looking up, but he's like attacking. You know, he goes and jumps in front of you, not even like looking at you. And now he's turned around, and he's like standing over Thorwald with his weapon. It looks like he's about to like attack the downed Thorwald.
Okay. And I'm going to use one of the charges for this. 56. Okay, so that's 9 total.
9 total. Okay. Sounds good. And then one with the gun. I'm about to bring you on stage here. So you've taken a little bit of damage from Zuggtmoy at this point. And like she is starting to exert full control over you. And she's going to direct you over to Thorwald to make an attack.
My love, no. This isn't the way.
Go ahead and
There
make an
must be
attack
some way.
roll at advantage.
You're gonna make me roll it myself.
I'm going to make you do it, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And while you're doing that, Thorwald, what is Thorwald's AC?
Yeah.
20. Okay, so you strike at him, but his armor class protects him in this situation.
Herc's heart wasn't in it.
What are you at a level where you have an extra attack at this point, or no?
No.
Okay.
Oh, well, I mean the butt end of it.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna use like all of your. She's got a precise control, so she'll have you do that bonus action attack then too, at advantage. All right, but again,
I was going to invite him to our wedding.
so the rest of you are watching as like it seems like Herc is gotten completely under her influence at this point and is actively trying to kill Thorwald. All right, thanks. I'll throw you back to the audience for a second here as we go back to the top of the round. We've got a vortex over here that is again going to try to envelop Noki. Noki, give me a dexterity saving throw, please. Would you like to re-roll? And the reroll is good. The vortex is going to try to move into Udo's spot. Udo, give me a dexterity saving throw. And Udo, would you like to use a reroll? Yes. All right, and then you're fine as well. So you guys just get pushed out of its way, and it's just kind of winding around the battlefield, failing to have picked anybody up. That's going to bring us to Zilloff. We'll bring Isaac onto the stage here. Oh, sorry. Before you go, Zuggtmoy is going to make an attack at Dane. Uh, 21 to hit Dane. I'm not sure if that hits or not. Hits. $21 points of damage. Okay, sorry, Zilloff, it is your go.
Okay, Zilloff is probably sure that this effect won't work, but he's still going to try anyway. He's going to go ahead and do one Eldritch Blast at the Crystal Skull.
Okay. Did Zilloff ever learn how to change a spell's damage type?
He had... done it multiple times, but I don't know if he was ever prompted to do so now.
Okay. It deals some damage. Go ahead and roll just to see if it is strong enough to do some damage. Okay. It will hit. You've heard, like, I'll say you've experienced, sort of that feel. You maybe never cast a spell that exactly prompted it, but if you'd like to attempt, I'll allow you to do an Arcana check right here to see if you could change it.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I'll try to do that. He's gotta go get deep down in his little tiny heart that he still has. Here we go. If possible, I'm gonna probably try to reroll that if I can. All right. Probably not.
No, unfortunately not. It just, the impact almost knocks it out of, I believe it's Absalom's hands. Yeah, but he hangs on to it. There's maybe a little bit of it kind of further fractures the water crystal, but doesn't seem to affect the other two.
Do you want me to give that damage, or it really doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter, unfortunately.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
well, I'll go ahead and move a bit. Here, I'll have that second Eldritch Blast go towards Zuggtmoy.
Okay.
Why not? Actually, has Zilov seen that when she gets hit, she reacts by hitting people? Is that something that he's noticed?
No, it's just she's like in constant movement right now, and she's just
Okay.
like constantly attacking.
Okay, well then I'll try to hit her then with it. All right. A 13.
Would you like to re-roll?
How many more do we have left? 7?
7?
I'll probably say no, because
Okay.
I'm sure these next ones are going to be a bit important.
Sure.
But bonus action, however, I will go ahead and give a bardic inspiration to. We'll give it to the doctor. He'll look back and go, or look up, down and go, "Hey, doc, go get him." I guess. He'll move up a bit more. That'll be it.
All right. And at the end of your turn, Zuggtmoy will take another attack on Dane. $16, though, will not hit. Coming up next, Good Doctor will invite you on stage.
Oh boy, Adam. He's just gonna look at himself and just. I'm not really gonna hit anything. Sorry, but I guess if the spores come up, I'll think of your kind words. And with his movement and bonus action, he's just gonna dash all the way down to Thorwald. He's got all the movement in the world as a rogue. Herc, stop being a dick for like 2 seconds while I get to work. And he's gonna give Thorwald 1 hit point. Congratulations, you are now up. And that is my turn.
Sounds good. At the end of your turn, another pseudopod at Dane. 31 will hit this many. $23 points. How are we looking, Dane? Alright, Dane drops and goes down. That will bring us to Galileo. Bring Cliff on stage.
Okay, Galileo. He's a bit frantic. Everyone's being beaten up so much. He's gonna fire at the vortex. First, he's firing his arrow.
That'll hit.
Okay, that'll be 11.
All right. It is still up.
Still up. So now he's gonna fire frostbite at it.
All right. Con save.
Yeah.
It fails.
All right. And the damage is 10.
Cold damage drops onto the vortex and it dissipates.
All right.
Anything else, Galileo?
That is all he can do right now.
All right. Teasley is at the end of Zuggtmoy's turn. One more. She's gonna force Herc once again to make an attack on Thorwald, who's down. So Herc, give me an attack roll at advantage. It is super rude. But aren't you still prone, though? You haven't had a turn to stand. Yeah. So, 21 to hit. So I think that 1 hit point back to 0. You can roll the damage, but I don't think it matters too much. With your... Then that's that. Okay, let's go over to Teasley. Teasley is... Teasley knows how to change elements and is going to conjure up a spell. Using the Shocking Grasp, changes it a bit to embody it with like earth energy. And instead of a lightning bolt shooting from his fingertips, you see vines that seem to grasp hold of the gemstone, bits of earth and motes of clay clinging to them. And it just wraps around that gemstone, the triangular one, and breaks it, and it impacts the skull even further. Another tremor throughout the chamber. Just one left, and that is the fire gem. We're going to bring onto the stage now Lavi.
I am so glad that you said earth, because I was like, I got nothing for earth, but I got the fire. I have fire. I have firebolt. Can I hit the skull from where I am? I think I can, because it's like 120 feet.
Yeah, make an attack roll.
Sure. Firebolt. Achoo.
Easily hits. You can roll damage, but it doesn't exactly matter, because as that strikes the gem, the skull...
Roll damage for funsies.
damage that you just did, you just see the metal skull starts to crack, and it starts flaking to bits until it just kind of pops. And there's sort of a tremor that comes over the entire room. And pretty suddenly, you see Zuggtmoy gets knocked down.
Mm-hmm.
She takes 120 points of damage. Falls prone. She's still alive. But in conjunction with that, you look over, Lavi, as you strike with your spell at the nodes, the teleportation nodes, and each one begins to cave in and create like a little crater where it's at. They all stop. The fiery light, the paleness of the water node, all of them just stop and buckle, almost like a miniature sinkhole. You see cracks kind of emanating from them. They reach across the floor, up the walls. And pieces of the ceiling above are starting to... little pieces right now, but little pieces are starting to drop and fall.
Sick. I think that's it for me. I might move a little closer. I'm so sorry. I might move a little closer towards like away from the crumbling ceiling. Unfortunately, closer to Zuggtmoy, but that's it.
Sounds good. We're going to bring Thorwald on stage.
Thorwald should be dying right now, but he feels the blessing of Saint Cuthbert. Thank you, Dave. He redeemed for me a blessing of Saint Cuthbert. So I rolled 2d4 plus 2. Here we go.
So that blessing comes into play. Your eyes widen. You still see the unrelenting Herc above you, but as you're coming conscious, you hear loud concussive sound from the back of the chamber, and you look over and you can see that the stonework is failing and buckling. Some unknown pressure kind of impacting the very room and chamber itself.
But I do see Zuggtmoy, right? And she seems to be still breathing. So
She's hunched over, her tendrils no longer waving around in the room. They're just kind of like writhing in pain on the floor. Yeah, she's still moving, but you can tell something has changed since you were conscious.
Okay, Thor will stand up and look at Herc, look at Zuggtmoy, and is gonna say, "Your reign of horror ends here, witch," and try to hit her with the flaming sword.
All right, advantage. It's a hit.
That's a hit? Okay. And then she takes now 19.
She no longer has any resistances.
Oh, then 19 hit points.
Yep.
And then I attack her again with advantage.
No longer has her resistances. No longer has her legendary actions. 24 hits.
$15 more hit points.
15 more hit points. All right. That's going to bring
That's
us
all he can do.
to Absalom. I'm going to bring Absalom on stage here.
Oh, alrighty. So this doesn't really matter, but I also had a blessing that I had from the very, very beginning and forgot to roll. So if it comes up, Alex, I will roll it. But for right now, I'm just going to say... Actually, what am I holding right now? Is this thing still...
Your hands are probably a little sore from the impact as that thing shattered while you were holding it. Maybe you were able to kind of toss it like a little hand grenade went off and you shielded yourself from it. So I'm presuming you don't have anything in your hands at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm going to say, all right, Sargon, we did it. High five. And I'll take a free action to high five him.
And he's excited. He throws that gnarly staff in the air and he's like, "Fuck yes!" And he gives you a high five.
This is a good sign. So I will take out the dagger. I don't remember what I've named it now, but my other super not cursed dagger for real. And I'm going to go running in and say, I see I've not finished this thing off yet. I've done all this work and she's still alive. And I'll jump on the Zuggtmoy and just plunge my dagger into her.
Sounds good. Advantage.
And yeah, hold on. I foolishly moved my token and it's taking a couple seconds. Advantage, you said?
Yep.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I'll also pick up my throne dagger if it's around. Oh, wrong thing. Sorry.
It's like right in her chest. So if you kind of move around where she's at, people pull it right out. She's helpless against you doing so.
I hear Donovan say I'm going to steal the kill. What are you talking about? I've done everything pretty much, right? You kept her distracted long enough. All right, here comes the main attack.
Hits.
All right. And then for the damage, 3d6. And still rolling am I in 13.
Okay. Yeah,
and then
cleave into her backside. Just like now the fungus of her that clings to that skeletal form is just shearing right off. Like no resistance. It's just dropping.
Okay. Can I bonus action with the offhand dagger that I'm pulling out, or is that too many things
Sure.
happening?
Yeah.
All right. Very cool.
Advantage.
This will have no sneak attack. I give it a little kiss on the way in. Foundry's like, why do we have 17 people in the same session?
Yeah. Yeah, my map is down, so 27. Okay, crit. Too bad that wasn't on the sneak attack.
I know, right? I know. That's okay. I'll take it. 11 points.
All right. Are you still able to see the map?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to worry too much about it then. I'll just throw up an image of Zuggtmoy as we're closing this out. Because I'm not sure she's going to get another round, but we'll see. She's not dead yet.
She's basically dead.
She's basically dead.
I mean, she's dead. You can keep hitting her for revenge. That's fine. I killed her.
So let's bring Herc back onto stage here. So Herc, Zuggtmoy is down. She is just writhing in pain. And suddenly you regain control of yourself.
Oh, how embarrassing.
And you no longer feel these feelings. You're looking down at this pathetic, grotesque creature writhing there. What would you like to do?
Oh, man. I feel a little sick to my stomach considering how I felt about her a moment ago. I mean, totally back to senses, like enough to strike.
Enough to strike. You're no longer charmed.
All right. I'm calling off the engagement. Oh man, Herc is embarrassed, but also very angry. I'm gonna try to plant one right in her fungus.
All right, you have advantage.
Wedding canceled. That's a lot. That's just a 9 slashing, and I guess I could stand over her and hit her with the butt of the thing in the head.
Attack roll at advantage. And with that, as you turn the pole arm around and you push forward with the butt end of the pole arm, it just sinks like a stick in soft mud or pudding or something. It just crushes right through her flesh and into her, where you would presume her skull is, but it's just all like mushy. And as that happens, you can just see her body just kind of start to flake away. And like her body just starts to rot from the inside out. And she just becomes like a pudding and a mush that kind of dissolves on the floor at your feet. And pretty soon there is nothing left of her. She's almost being like subsumed into the cracks of the crevices that are opening up as the chamber starts to collapse in on itself. Well done. Any reaction from you? It's get the killing blow.
I have mixed emotions. I think a tear might roll down his cheek because he just loved her moments ago. Now to see her face all mashed up like that.
Awesome. So I'm going to toss you back into the audience here. And with that, each of those elemental symbols completely unusable at this point. You just hear pop, 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 tremors from the back of the chamber just continue to pop, and you just feel underneath your feet you're struggling to stand and to keep your balance. The magnitude of whatever is currently happening, the disconnection, the tether between Zuggtmoy and the elemental nodes has sent her back to the abyss, and now the very foundation of this abyssal structure known as the Temple of Elemental Evil is beginning to collapse in around you. In the midst of the anxiety that you all feel about the prospect of being buried alive, you manage to heal one another enough that anybody that's unconscious, you are able to pick up and drag with you as you make your way into the very next room where the gate that leads into the Hall of Triumphal Evil is. And there's sort of a sinking feeling in your pit of your stomach. That gate had never been unsealed. It could be that you would be trapped here in this place, your own prison, buried alive. But it would seem there is a little bit of a silver lining that makes an appearance in all this destruction around you, as the great gate that held Zuggtmoy imprisoned is among the first fortifications to completely falter and gives you egress to escape. You climb out of the wreckage and make your way through the halls where the great battle of Triumphal Evil took place, and with haste you climb out of this wreckage. Along the way you're seeing bodies of hobgoblins and giants and trolls. Clearly the battle that happened in with Aya's didn't end with you heading to the nodes, and likely your friends, the other defenders of Hamlet, likely struggled for some time while you were caught up with your errand and your task. As you climb out of the wreckage, you're making your way up from the 3rd floor to the 2nd. You pass by what was the air node, where you can see evidence of the doors being barred, fortifications made, and just tons and tons of bodies of the mercenaries of Aya's. You pass by, you can see up ahead Elmo. Looks bloodied. He is carrying his father, Hroth, in his arms, and he's weighed down. He's got a limp leg that seems like it suffered a grievous wound. And you move forward to offer aid to help him carry the weight of his father. And together you flee to the exit. One second. Let's see. I'm going to pop an image up on the screen real quick here. There we go. Nope, I think my Foundry's just completely said enough right at the right time, so that's okay. But you climb to the doors of the temple are already wide open as you move up and outward. Daylight filters into your field of view, and you see the outer wall that surrounded the courtyard of the temple is crumbling. And on the horizon beyond it, you see the sights of hobgoblins and giant kind running, fleeing in the distance. On a hill not far away, you also see the survivors from Hamlet, who are also putting as much distance between themselves and the temple as it gives way. For just a moment, you turn backwards and you look atop its towers. You watch as the demonic gargoyles that adorned the edifice plummet from their roosts and shatter upon impact. In the fields surrounding the temple, the survivors of Hamlet take a moment to catch their breaths. They do their best to tend to the wounded. And you see Spugnoir, who approaches your group, and he recaps for you everything that has transpired since you entered the nodes. Ayaz's minions had pushed back against them, and they were forced to retreat. They were overwhelmed by the strength and number of those that were garrisoned down below. They made their way back to the second floor, where they secured themselves within the air temple. Kelno, with the assistance of Ulgrist, had tapped into the defensive nature of the temple, and Kelno had tapped into the arcane power of the temple to hold their attackers at bay and use its powers to keep them safe. Once the temple started to collapse, the enemy mostly withdrew, but Elmo's father, Hroth, was struck by a piece of the falling debris, one of the unlucky few. And you watch as Elmo lays him out to assess the state of his brother. While that is happening, and Spugnoir is regaling his tale, he says the name Kelno out loud, which sparks the interest of a cloaked figure who, I didn't have, I guess I never put Ashram into the initiative order, but he would have been among those from the air node. And he's just this, like, kind of very unkempt man wearing a cloaked hood. Until recently had been very dirty, but luckily was able to get a little bit of a reprieve within the use of the magical item that gave the long rest, that tropical sauna to those air node travelers who got their long rest. So he's cleaned up a bit, but he still looks haggard. And hearing the name Kelno, Ashram strides forward and looks at his older brother, who you all know had confessed that he was responsible 50 years ago for allowing the air cult to take his brother as a sacrifice while in their service. You can see that Ashram contains a simmering rage, but it is felt as you can see the trembling of his body. He just manages to mutter, "I've been waiting a long time for this, brother." Kelno nods, and he kneels, prostrate. He holds aloft a dagger. "You deserve vengeance for what was done to you. I didn't stand in the way. I didn't speak up when the cult took you. I allowed them to send you away for sacrifice. I should have offered to take your place. You were a child. You were my little brother. I put you in that situation. I have longed to make amends for that. And that's why I have come back. I wanted to make sure I knew that you were alive. I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. I should have offered to take your place. I have nothing to now offer other than my life to make up for this injustice." You watch as Ashram takes the dagger, and he does seem to contemplate the offer. He tightens his grip on the hilt, and he holds it up over Kelno's head. Then Ashram lets out an exasperated yell of frustration as he casts the dagger aside. Frustrated at himself for not being able to take up the vengeance he professed to the group that he wanted. Not able to take the vengeance that he has suffered for all these 50 years. And he just says, "Ah! The past is the past. I hate you more than anything that I've had to deal with in these 50 years. But today I am free." As he sucks in the sweet air of the outdoors, he narrows his gaze. "You were my older brother. You should have protected me. I was robbed of my life because of your cowardice. I won't release you from that guilt today, and I never want to see your face again." And Ashram walks away from the confrontation. There's a cloud of despair and guilt that grips at Kelno's face that he will always have to live with. You look over to where Elmo kneels by his father's side. There are silent tears that are trickling down both sides of his face. And you can tell as he holds his father's head aloft and plants a fraternal kiss on his forehead. That Hroth didn't make it. In reverence, Elmo takes his father's sword, draws it across his body, places its hilt in his father's hands, the very same sword that Hroth had wielded so many years ago at the Battle of Emerity Meadows, and took with him on every round that he made patrolling Hamlet at night. This somber moment is interrupted, however, by pops of arcane energy that fill the sky. With each burst of released energy, a form of some magnitude seems to be released into the atmosphere or drops to the ground. White dragons, black dragons, and one particularly pissed off large red dragon soars through the air, releasing their breath weapons on unsuspecting victims from the fleeing forces of Ayaz. Giants appear all over, frost giants, fire giants, and one particular storm giant whom the Air Node group will recognize as Sindara, who took you in and gave you a place to rest and use your magic item that gave you that respite. Creatures and monstrosities of all sorts of strange things start burrowing, flying, or crawling their way to a source of water. Alien plant growth is deposited randomly over the landscape. All of the things once imprisoned and contained within the nodes, now no longer confined, have been released and now go in search of new homes here within this region of Orth. And perhaps when we do the second season of the community campaign, some of these things might reappear. And during our 5-year anniversary celebration, some of the DMs are going to get together and we're going to be building some random tables and story. And so we might establish more about what happened to these things that were contained in the nodes. And so you watch as the most organized of Ayaz's forces, the leadership that survived, seems to flee northward towards Nulb. Hoping to fight for their Dark Master maybe another day. The defenders of Hamlet all quickly pack up their things and prepare to move as fast as they can back to the village of Hamlet. Fortunately, the chaos in hindsight seems not to take much notice to you, and the long trek home is not further complicated. As you clear the last hill between you and Hamlet, the sun of another dawn clears the treetops and thatched roofs of the village. And you can see your home in the distance. Or at least your adoptive home of these past few months. Region. As you look down upon the village, the dusty, rutted road that winds down through the simple gate of the wooden palisade in front of the tower, or at least what's left of the shambling structure of the tower of the wizard Byrne, whom you see. Byrne stands in front of the village, seems to be aware that he was to expect you, now free of his petrification. He looks up at you all as you come down into the village, and he says, "Ah, I know that look that you all carry with you. Yes. 25% physical exhaustion, 50% righteous indignation and pride at besting a harrowing situation, 20% stinging regret at having not recovered more treasure, and 5% wandering thoughts about what adventure may come next. My, what tales you must have. Envy grips at my very soul to imagine the experiences that you had besting the many villains you surely faced while at that accursed place. Thanks are in order for your help in bringing me back from my petrified state. Seems I got in over my head trying to deal with the cults all on my own. Had I trusted you a lot sooner, perhaps I wouldn't have cheated myself out of yet another great adventure. Byrne invites you all to join him at the Stumbling Ogre to trade stories. As you enter the very welcome and comforting common room of the public house, you inhale deeply the experience of the smells of Mrs. Gundagut's cooking and the lingering scent of pipe tobacco which clings to the air. The feel of the rough-hewn natural wood tables and benches is a relief after days stuck in the dank stone dungeons of the temple and the harrowing experiences you had within the elemental nodes. You see Rhonda the barmaid. She begins to make her rounds. Business is picked up, and she quickly jumps into action to start accommodating the guests, but not before Calmert decisively breaks from the group to give her a warm embrace and a passionate kiss. Osler Gundagut's surprised expression is shared by many, but for a moment, before he summons his son and daughter to come help with taking your orders. Byrne shares with you all his history with the cult, how he was a child once and a hostage of the Eternal Flame cult, that he was to be indoctrinated to follow in their ways, but fortunately was rescued during the Battle of Emerity Meadows by heroes sent to defeat the Lich Lord that he was in the service to. He was then sent to a wizarding college in the city of Greyhawk, and he explains that in more recent times he had been monitoring the reemergence of the cult, trying to masquerade as one of their followers to gain insight into their actions. In doing so, he unwittingly made himself a target amidst the infighting and rivalries of the cults. Though not an overly sentimental man, he expresses deep sadness when the story of Rufus's death, his longtime adventuring partner, is shared, as you tell him how Rufus was used as a living sacrifice for the cult of the Crushing Wave in their ritual to bring Ol Hydra back. He copes by sharing story upon story of Rufus's heroics and their tales of adventure, including the time that they killed a green dragon in the Cron Hills, helping out the harassed gnomes that were in peril there. After this story, Byrne takes to his tobacco pipe and becomes wistful, allowing the heroes of Hamlet to take the lead. There are many little interactions that happen this day while drinking and sharing tales, but I think it is fair that you have all succeeded in your task. The temple has crumbled and is no more. Zuggtmoy has been sent back to the abyss, and the cults should be no more, at least in relation to the temple here near Hamlet. So this area will certainly be abuzz with your actions, and your tales of your heroics will spread throughout Verbabank and beyond to Furiandi and Valuna as well. At this time, I am going to invite each of you to come on stage one by one. I'll bring you on. I want you to tell us the tale about what happens next to your character. Tell us, where do they go? Do they keep on adventuring? What do they go and seek of? Tell us your thoughts about what happens to them in the next 10 years or so. And finally, we want to know if we might see this character again when the call to adventure inevitably comes once more. So I think we will start here. I'm going to bring Maureen. I'm going to bring you on first. Tell us about Noki.
Hello again.
Oh.
So, all of this has taught Noki that you can't really escape the darkness that's in the world, especially if you want to preserve and enhance the light. And so he's given up on his idea of sort of hiding out as a bard of lore and going back to the history and staying away from the dark shadows. And he is determined to learn how to be a better cook and get better weapons and perhaps learn a little bit more of the skill that Teasley seems to dispense around him and see what he might be able to do with the skills that he's been given. And so for the next 10 years, he, I guess, polishes the skills that he has and learns more and more along the way, knowing that someday he'll probably be back.
All right, so it sounds like we will see Noki again someday.
Noki again.
Awesome. Thank you. We will next bring up Galileo.
Okay, Galileo went on this quest to prove himself, and he feels that he has and he will return to his homeland and show his family that his choice of the starry circle was a good fit for him, and that it was very useful. And but he will stay there for a while, but after a while he will realize that his adventuring has changed him, and that he can no longer be at home there anymore, and will seek out other adventures.
All right, so it sounds like we may see Galileo again, or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Next up, we will invite Udo to tell us about their fate.
Yeah, you know, I think Udo kind of came into this as a happy-go-lucky warrior, you know, ex military guy, and sort of met some friends and met some fortune and met some ill fate along the way too. And he's sort of been changed as well. You know, he came into this kind of alone, and he probably leaves Hamlet alone too. But he soon regrets that decision, and you know, sort of becomes a pit fighter. He had done a bunch of pit fighting in Hamlet, and that's kind of how he makes his living for a long time. But he always regrets the fact that he didn't keep up any contact with the heroes of Hamlet, and he sort of, you know, over the years gets very lonely, and probably by 10 years past this, you know, he's degenerated into drink. He's probably somewhat homeless. He's still pit fighting for money, but if the call to adventure and the call back to his old friends ever comes, he will take heed, but he probably will be a little worse for the wear.
Sounds good. So it sounds like we definitely will see Udo again.
Oh, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Next up, we are going to bring the good doctor on the stage.
Oh boy, where to start? Well, he came here for the prospect of being the local town doctor, but obviously his services weren't really required to start. However, he was thinking, hey, maybe adventuring is a good go. Maybe I can make some money that way. At the end of all this, he got nothing. Not a dime. Zero. Zilch. Never been paid for his services. Everything was free. He's like, you know what? This whole doctor business sucks. But you know what's pretty cool? This whole religion thing I found. Did not think at all that this would possibly be in my future. But who knows? The gods work in mysterious ways. Maybe I might spend some time somewhere else for a little bit. perhaps even pursue a temple to this wee jazz fellow who she seemed pretty swell with the whole prospect of my service to her and the ability she's given me, and I think that's rather wonderful for my time for the next several years. Will they come back to Hamlet? It's a little iffy. I mean, no one has paid me yet, and if I'm called upon, maybe, but probably not.
Okay, it's a maybe, but a probably no. So in the next community campaign, if you wish, you could retire this character and bring in a tier 1 character at half the EXP. So always an option. Or you could just start fresh. So, very good. Let's move now to Thorwald.
I will be honest. I don't think any of the other survivors have seen Thorwald coming back to Hamlet.
Okay.
Perhaps he has, perhaps he hasn't. Rumors get that somehow the Crown of Furiondi makes his way back to the capital of the kingdom, and soon after, other rumors come from the far northeast that a mysterious barbarian goes back there and tries to unite a tribe that has been scattered for more than 20 years. It doesn't work out. He has changed in so many ways. Is more civilized than he likes to think he is, and his people don't really accept him as a barbarian anymore. One day, the family of Lysia will find a considerable amount of gold brought to their door by a unknown individual, and time afterwards, a small keep starts being built in the Crown Hills, and there is a mysterious dude who is overseeing the work. Perhaps this mysterious dude might be Thorwald. We'll see.
Awesome. Little tease for Gabe will be one of the DMs helping us out with the second season of the campaign. So little tease to what we might see from those adventures. Awesome. All right, we'll bring up next Isaac, who was playing Zilloff.
Okay, Zilloff. Many others have talked about the change that they felt. Zilloff has definitely changed as well on the inside and definitely on the out. He is no longer the kind of wide-eyed bard that started this adventure seeking to prove himself and to be brave. Many horrible things has happened to him. And I would say Zilloff, at this point, I would even say to the point where while the others might go and maybe return to Hamlet or whatnot, Zilloff, his mission is far from over. There was a plan, and that plan is not yet finished. There's so much more work to do to bring attention and bring a bit more respect to the one true force that should govern this world. He every once in a while he'll take up his loot throughout that time, those few years, but the joy that he once felt kind of escapes him. He no longer really longs to bring any joy to anyone anymore. Just his soul and his mission that once were is now forfeit, and his only goal is to bring the righteous true leader to power.
So it sounds like we will not see Ziloff again, or
Well,
maybe?
I don't know.
It's a maybe.
Maybe, I don't know.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you.
Oh, okay, bye.
We will bring up next. I have to step away from the computer for just a second, but we'll bring up Humboldt next. Sorry, gotta check on a kid quick. But feel free to tell us about. I'll be listening. About what happens to Humboldt in 10 years.
So I think immediately after leaving the temple, it's basically just getting back to town, taking stock, and realizing that much like the good doctor, I've actually got a bit less coin than I started with. Early on, I had a cart, a donkey, and a few gold, and now I've got no cart, no donkey, no gold, and my fancy scabbard covered with gems is now an engagement ring on a dragon turtle's finger. So, that's that. As for the next 10 years, I spend an unfortunate amount of time of that dead, but I keep coming back. So 10 years from now, I look like I've only aged maybe 4, as I keep getting into scraps and keep turning up afterwards, no matter how many times they knock me down. So, Humboldt will be back. He'll wander in and out of town fairly frequently. All this nonsense about hero stuff, that's noble stuff. No real purpose to it. So, yeah, just find his way into towns, make a bit of a mess, end up dead a few times, responds fairly well to resurrections, and then gets back underway. For those of you who are asking, Lottie and Wes take wonderful care of Oti, and he has a quite enjoyable old age, dealing with the children of the town who he gives rides to. You can ask Galileo when he does visit back from returning to his family what Oti says, and he keeps getting told that Oti would like to be spending more time in the tavern. It seems a popular pastime amongst the people, but Oti doesn't spend, he's got a bit of a drinking problem.
All right. Is that a yes, or I didn't quite catch it? Was
yes.
it a yes?
So,
yes?
So Humboldt will be turning back up, but he's lost a few years due to being dead during that time.
Gotcha.
So he tends to keep taking these adventuring gigs, spending a bit of time in the dead zone. But he's very cheap to resurrect, so they keep bringing him back. He's a bargain adventurer.
All right, awesome. Next up, we will hear from Absalom.
All right. So Absalom will, of course, take his story initially to the tavern and tell the bravery of every single person who was there. Of course, they could not have succeeded without my leadership, courage, and all the killing blows I delivered to every single creature, all 27 of them that were in the room. But there's a bit of a problem for Absalom, and has to do with a Lord Martel back in Verbank. So over time, he will suddenly, / extremely obviously, ask for people to help him on a personal quest to come to Lord Martel, potentially at the ruse that we have found something of great import, and lure him someplace and cut his throat. Whether that succeeds is up to the DM, I suppose. If it does succeed...
Verbank is your thing now, so you get to decide.
That's true. And mysteriously he disappears one night, foolishly. Absalom will make his way back to Hamlet. He realizes that He likes being a hero. He likes being thought of as a hero. So he will retire to Hamlet as always the person who claims credit for every single interesting thing that happens in the town. Maybe occasionally offering up some assistance, treasuring his very extremely uncursed daggers, as they were the tools of slaying all of the evils. And of course, he will mentor new people coming in, especially the roguey types.
Awesome. Yeah, and that'll be come in handy as Hamlet is going to become sort of a destination, almost like a pilgrimage for up and coming adventurers that kind of expected as a rite of passage to pass through Hamlet at least once. So it'll be bustling with that kind of activity here in the next few years. Awesome. Thank you. Next up, we're going to bring Charnika on, Cherry up on stage. What happens to where does Charnika's story go?
Yeah, so Cherry came out here to Hamlet to get away from things, but also to prove that she could be a hero and not the monster that her town thought she was. She's learned a lot being out here that heroing isn't quite what she expected, and isn't exactly doesn't exactly make you good or evil. But she has learned, she feels, how to control her anger during this time as well, and at least use it in a good way. So she's decided to stop running from what she's left back home, and she's going to return to at least make sure her family's okay and check in. But she's feels more comfortable here in Hamlet now, as a place that kind of doesn't look at her like she's a devil. And she'll be back. She, even though heroing wasn't exactly what she expected, she thinks this is a good fit for her skills to fight things and just help out where she can. So she'll be back.
Awesome. Yeah, and it bears mentioning, I would say, that Hamlet, not exactly a bastion of progressivism. Like there was definitely, even just when Zilloff first arrived in town, was getting strange looks and similar things. But in the next 10 years, some of those opinions are going to change about how the folk here treat people that aren't human. It's a predominantly human village, but that demographic shift happens a bit in the next few years. And Elmo himself is going to kind of take the helm of the council, and he's going to make overtures to some of the goblin folk and some of those that have historically been seen as enemies, and invite them in and create more of a culture of cooperation and friendliness in hopes of maybe trying to stop these cyclical things that happen with the goblinoids and such being recruited into the forces of Ayas and other villains like that. And so there's going to be a shift a bit. And so it's going to be a much different place 10 years. So thank you, Cherry. We will go next, I think, to Donovan.
All right. Donovan was here on a mission, and that mission was completed. He would spend a couple of days here recuperating and conversing with his new friends, companions, and such, finding out if any of them, especially the paladin types, if they would want to head back north to meet up with the host, the military host in Valuna that was fighting Ayus. That is where he would head. He has a brooch that had a symbol of Voluna on it. And he would be returning that to whomever that was. I don't think that was ever established, but he would be returning that to whatever house, or whether it was a Knight of the Heart or whatever it was. He would be returning that. He would obviously spend the next 10 years, with the host, however that would work out. That would be up to the DM. He would let everybody know that if anybody needed to get in touch with him in the future, he would make sure through messenger and such that the Church of St. Cuthbert here had at least, his whereabouts or his last whereabouts, I guess, that if anybody needed his help or assistance in the future, that he would do everything he could to get back here. But the church in the Church of St. Cuthbert in Hamlet would be able to get a message to him, however long that would take. And for the most part, that is pretty much what he would be doing over the next 10 years, just doing the paladin thing. And if there's ever need of him in the future, he will return.
So, I think returning the brooch, they'll be able to tell you that it belonged to one of the royal families that live in Mitric, the chief city of Voluna, and belonged to the family of Lady Jolene, who Thrommel was to be betrothed to. So there was a retinue of escorts from that family taking Prince Thrommel from Furiondi to Voluna for the wedding, and that this brooch belongs to one of those members. Its recovery seems to further and the retrieval of the sword, and some of those details that you share kind of bring maybe some closure a bit to Prince Thrommel's story. The assumption becomes made that Thrommel maybe was entombed there at the temple. There aren't a lot of details that are released to the public about that. It's sort of kept inside those few nobility that you share it with, but you were rewarded for bringing that back. You were granted land and a title, and you were given a silver star badge that shows your allegiance to Voluna, and by extension, the gold crown of Furiondi. So you become a landed knight during this time, and probably go on to pursue other quests of interest to those same powers.
Wonderful.
So will we see Donovan yet again?
If he is called upon, yes. If there is anything that goes on and any of the current characters wish him to be here and put the call out, he will definitely be back. And I suppose at any point that he has any R&R or whatever, or in the area, he definitely would come back and check in with people and such. So
awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. This has been fantastic.
We will pull Eustace up on stage. Let's hear about Eustace's story.
Oh, I'll just echo Chris and say thanks for running all this, Alex. I know this one especially was a lot to juggle. But Eustace came to Hamlet not really even knowing the source of the magical powers that he was discovering, and just finding that the more he used them against the evil things in the temple, the stronger they got. So now that the temple is vanquished, he'll be sort of looking for another, I suppose, another mission that is similarly pleasing to his patron, who he's slowly learning more about. So I think he once went to the gnarly forest and met the elves, and learned a little bit about, I think, Selene is the a Fey kingdom there. So he may head back to look up some elves and Fey and see if he can dig into his own source of power a little bit more before we maybe see him in the next campaign.
Awesome. And thank you. Thanks everybody for the cheers. I would just say that, like, really the players, I think laid a lot of the foundation for this campaign, and it wouldn't be as special as it is if I didn't have all of you adding your own unique little piece to the world. And I can't wait to see what we do, because we're going to expand this. We're not going to just put this on the shelf and forget about it. We're going to continue to build off of what we've done here. So thank you all. Okay, next up we've got Dane Battlehammer. Now,
Hi.
of course we know that Dane was called back.
Yes, as the Hulk, or Herc. Is it Herc or Hulk?
Herc.
Herc struck his final blow against Zuggtmoy. A flash of light hit Dane, and his soul left his body. As you guys carried him out and you maybe searched his body after everything was over, you'll find a last will and testament. And it says that he's going to leave all his belongings to Humboldt for his matchmaking business, but that's crossed out. And underneath it is that he's going to leave it to the good doctor for all his hard work. Dane will not be back in the next session. I would like to claim Ilana Shaw's, the 13-year-old girl that one of the groups found in the basement, and I will make a character for her.
Absolutely. Luckily I didn't go too far into what her fate would have been. I haven't written that all up, so it's absolutely yours. You can have that.
All right, so yeah, Dane returns to the right hand of Marden. His business finished with the temple, and he's pleased that no one else died as a result of this battle.
And I think it's fair to say that Dane's name becomes almost like a sort of colloquial, just kind of, it's almost like a blessing. Like, people say it sort of nonchalant over the next 10 years, like, Dane bless you, Dane be over you. Like, it's sort of a local turn of phrase. And Dane Battlehammer, his name is always spoken in reverence amongst the locals in Hamlet. One of those things that people that aren't from Hamlet often will ask about, and then they share the story of Dane.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, we've got two more. So next up, we'll hear from Lavi.
There we go. Hi. Lavi will probably be spending time recovering in Hamlet for a fair bit of time. She initially kind of was coming into Hamlet to pass through. Her intent was to find out more about, like, this inheritance she got, like, beyond the village at, like, some other location. Before she realized she ran out of funds to continue that journey, so she was like, "Oh, I'll hang out here." And then a Temple of Elemental Evil happened, and she just kind of got wrapped up in that. So she'd probably be spending time just recovering and building up her funds before she continues her journey out to see what her inheritance is. And after she does that, spend more time studying and practicing her magical skills. But Hamlet's kind of won over a special place in her heart. And so if word was to be sent out, or if she heard something was going down over there, she would absolutely return.
Awesome. I think it's fair to say that call will happen at some point. 10 years apiece, but then things might get a little exciting again. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for the hype train there. Really appreciate all the cheers and the enthusiasm today, and especially the players. Honestly, this campaign has been one of the highlights, I would say, of my gaming life, or however you want to characterize that. It has been a blast, so thank you all. So we got one last story to hear, and that is from one of the newest characters to the area. Actually, someone who's wasn't even in Hamlet. Just sort of came upon all of the heroes while in the node. So we're going to bring on Herc to hear what happens to Herc.
All right. I think Herc tries to find Thorwald after everything goes down, try to give him his sincere apologies for almost killing him. But he doesn't find him, because he disappeared. So then the rest of the night was as everyone is celebrating, and Herc's surrounded by all these unfamiliar faces. He just kind of goes into a contemplative mode, and takes Zuggtmoy's head that he collected on the way out, and kind of sits off in the corner, just staring at it, and getting really introspective. And before the night's festivities are done, he goes around and makes sure to thank each person, personally and wholeheartedly, and pledge his loyalty to them should they ever need him. And he informs them of where he's going next and how to get a hold of him. But then I think he'll head back to the Order of the Gauntlet, which is where you first set out to collect the cultists' heads before you got transported here. Complete that task, and then try to figure out where he's going to go next. And I think he's haunted by something, and he doesn't know what it is. There's something underneath that, other than just the shame of turning on his friends in this battle. He feels like it awoke some kind of deep-lying issues within that he needs to address. So I think he would head out and try to figure that out. And he thinks it might have something to do with his mother, who left him for dead. And she was also in the Cult of the Flame, Eternal Flame. So he feels that maybe it has something to do with her, and he wants to set out to find her and figure this out. Also, he's going to pray to St. Cuthbert, because he brought him back, so he must have plans, and he wants to know what those plans are. So he's just got a lot of things to think about and figure out.
Sounds good. And that praying to St. Cuthbert may be a hollow feeling for some time in the future. St. Cuthbert is currently roiled in a kind of cosmic battle with Ayas that will take a few years to resolve. But by the time that the campaign kicks back up again, he will once again be answering prayers and communing directly with his priests and such. There is a little bit of an interim here where communication with St. Cuthbert is quiet.
Oh, that's going to add an extra layer to the mystery.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you, everybody. It was a lot of fun. I hope the inconvenience or the little things that were maybe annoying or little hiccups along the way were all worth it. I'm glad we were able to do this. It was a great way to say goodbye to these characters, say goodbye to this part of the campaign. And so thus ends the Temple of Elemental Evil. Close that book. Go back on the bookshelf. probably collect dust for a little bit, but fear not, we will have a second chapter, act, season, whatever you want to call it. There'll be a second part to this campaign, dealing with new stories, both for new characters, low-level characters, and we will have some more story to give our higher-level characters. So stay tuned. If you are just watching and enjoying the story that we laid down, you want to learn more about when it starts up again or how to play in a game yourself, just join our Discord and let us know that you're looking for a game. We will find a way to get you into something, whether it's this continuation of the community campaign or one of our other streams that we do. I think with that, let's just call it a day. We're going to end the stream here. Say good day. Hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Happy Father's Day. And we will talk to you all soon.